Madam President.
I'm
Take care.
calling, thank you so much. I'm calling the April 11th Forster Town Council meeting to order. If everyone would please stand to pledge the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Stone and Mrs. Rogers are excused tonight. Mrs. Rogers did ask me to make one announcement, that from the EECBG, it's a grant evidently, and I'll just read what it says. Hi, Gordon and Heidi. OER, and I'm not sure what that is. OER is pleased to let you know that your EECBG application for federal funding has been approved. The town will be receiving $10,288.55 to support the installation of new energy efficient windows at the town hall building. We look forward to working with you on this project. Unfortunately, we received a far greater volume of requests for supplemental RGGI funding than we were able to support at this time, and we were unable to award your request for additional funding at this time. Because of this significant demand, we are exploring the possibility of allocating additional funds to support the many projects that did not get funded initially. Should that funding become available, we will be in touch with you. So just to let you know, new windows at the town hall. Moving on. No public comments. Thank you. Lieutenant Eva. Lieutenant Eva requested, Lieutenant Eva requested that her portion of executive session be in open session. So I would accept a motion at this time to move that portion of executive session to this point in the agenda.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you. Okay, so Lieutenant Eva has sent a letter. You have that. That states Council President DeFranco on February 7th, 2024, Dr. Andrew McKenzie completed a note indicating I am under his care for a high-risk pregnancy. Dr. McKenzie advised I am limited from performing significant physical activity, such as lifting greater than 25 pounds. This doctor's note was immediately provided to the police department. I have attached a copy of this document. Due to this limitation, I'm requesting to be accommodated in accordance with the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. In accordance with this act, I am also requesting documentation from the town in response to this request. Respectfully submitted, Lieutenant Stephanie Eva. And there is a doctor's note provided. And there was also a request to have this held in open session. That being said, I'm sorry, what? Oh, yes. And thank you. And I'm going to put on record that you did receive a letter stating that you would be on executive session tonight via email.
Yes, I did not receive it by email now.
Oh.
Check my email. I received it at 2:15 yesterday after the negotiation.
Okay.
For it, but it was never emailed to me.
Okay, I apologize for that. Moving on. Why don't you present what you'd like? Can you, I'm sorry, we're going to have to ask you to go push the button so the red light comes on. State your name and your position in this.
My name is Paul Sikosha. Rhode Island State Rep. Also an attorney for reserve my comments because I don't know what's in front of us. Well, I don't know what you're addressing. That's I guess my question is. prior to making a statement, I don't know what
Okay.
action the
That's
town council is contemplating.
I,
So I
I
would-
believe we're contemplating the request that's being made and the accommodations that are being requested.
Okay,
Okay.
so on that, I can speak.
Okay.
The lieutenant is, currently working. She is fulfilling the capacity of the duties of being a lieutenant. She is, instrumental in doing, a multitude of tasks that the captain and the chief, cannot fulfill. They already have one officer down, so she is, performing her duties, in a light duty capacity, but she's doing it in an office setting where she's able to respond. In this modern day and age, you have communications, and many times. Effective by doing telephone or by radio. And she does that on a daily basis. She's responsible for many items that if the captain would not be able to pick up, quite frankly, because of his duties, you know. It's absolutely enhancing. She's coming to work, performing the duties. She's supervising the officers at their request, they need to be. Innovation, is not going to be disruptive, but it's almost essential that she stays. Fills her health needs. And it fulfills the town's needs and the people, the citizens' needs. With having a supervisor perform the duties while she. I'm hoping that the town council realizes that this is a short period of time. This is a pregnancy that needs to be monitored. She's doing it on the recommendations of her physician. But having said all that, she's performing her duties. And I don't think the town can ask for any more than that. So we're asking that her light duty status continue. And she is able to perform and continue to perform the supervisory responsibilities as set forth by the chief of police and the captain. And if I can, I'd like to reserve more time if I need to. But thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody from the council like to address at this time?
No, I'll keep listening for a minute. I have some concerns, but I'll listen.
Ms. Hawes?
I have some. Let's just say, I want to be
You
able
need to
to.
put your microphone on.
Won't say. Right. I want to do this. I want to accommodate her. I really do. We have been accommodating her
For 9 weeks.
for 9 weeks, right? Before we even knew we were accommodating her.
Mhm.
She was in the position. Everybody here knows I'm a union person. Sometimes it kills me. I know you're doing a lot of work for. This is, I don't know. Um, That's where it ends and lies and begins. It's all right there. So if we can come up with a way. Well, no. I know, I know. I don't know how I'm gonna vote. We're torn over this. I haven't spoken about that to these people, but I'm sure they realize where.
We know where you stand.
So I had to get that out there because I'm lost.
Sometimes, budgetary constraints, come up, okay? In this town, it seems to come up quite a bit. I was in negotiations yesterday and I said, you know, I've been representing this union for 15 years. And I think every 3 years that I have come to contract negotiations, it's always been budget constraints. And I realize that. But budget constraints can't devalue an exceptional employee. You have to find the money. Because if you don't, it's going to cost the town more money in the long run.
How so?
Because we have to take legal action. We have no choice. There is what we consider an unfair labor practice being contemplated. And besides an unfair, you mentioned, well, you did, you know, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act.
No, I believe Lieutenant Ava mentioned it in her
No,
letter.
she mentioned it in her
I did not hear that from,
Tonight, you mean, or yesterday?
yesterday.
Probably did, yes.
So the bottom line is, okay, there will be legal action. I'm not saying exactly what it's going to be. There may be different facets of it, and I'm not threatening that to have you not do it. I'm telling you that.
Sounds like it.
it sounds like
Well,
you're threatening.
I'm telling you, no, I'm making you aware of it. For the council people that aren't aware of it, because if you're trying to save money at the expense of a valued employee, it may not be saving you money, it may be costing you more money. That's all I'm not trying to,
That's fine.
so, there's gotta be a way to find money, okay?
You let us know how.
Maybe I should take the budget. But
Here.
the bottom line is, what are you telling all these employees that work for the town? You're only as good as what we can afford. You're not really valued, okay?
Oh, wait, no. I'm taking offense to that.
I'm sorry you're taking offense to that.
I am
but-
taking offense to that.
Okay,
We take offense to that.
they take,
That we don't value you?
You asked how we can keep employees, and this is not the way to do it.
I'm
You
sorry.
ask us every day.
I'm going to stop the conversation here.
okay.
I'm talking with Mr. Sikosha.
We are already down a police officer,
Mhm.
okay? Now you're contemplating putting another police officer out there. It's just not right. This town it's not fair to the town, it's not fair to the residents. You got somebody able and willing to supervise and to perform her duty. It's just an accommodation to have that happen. And that's all we're asking is let her do her job, because you're already shorthanded.
Yeah.
I'm gonna respond a little bit,
Go
but
ahead.
I'm not surprised by what you just said. I would think and I would expect that you would fight for her all the way. If you didn't, I'd have a side conversation with them saying, you got to get somebody else. That's not news to me. I fully expected it. The thing is, when I was reading through all the paperwork today on this and one of the newer laws, and this is where I'm hung up, because it says specifically that if it's a hardship to the town or the municipality or whatever, then you might not be able to fulfill this request. And that's where I think we're stuck.
Mhm.
If my understanding was correct from what was discussed yesterday in negotiations and everything, and that's going to come out anyway, it's that, i- i- if we take the money and we continue to pay staff, then we're taking the money away from being able to make sure there are 2 officers on at a time, because they're going to have to redistribute that money. It's all in the salary. Is that the way I understand it correctly?
In the budget.
Yeah. Yeah, over the time. So the way it was explained was that if we take the money and we continue to pay staff, they were going to have to cut back on the overtime, which could conceivably leave an officer by himself. And that's a hard place to be. We've got the welfare of the men, because they're all men there, out on the roads. And believe me, I want them to be protected at all time and to, have the advantage. So if we have to take away from that, to me, that's not doing our diligence either. If we don't give it to Stephanie, I feel like I'm not doing my diligence there either, but I don't know what to do. I don't know where to get it from.
And let me address that.
Asking us to be silent
Let
and
me,
decide which way to go.
let me just address one thing you said, or 2 things. It's a small department. Okay, taking Stephanie out doesn't make sense, because it doesn't mean that you're gonna be able to get them to work any more than they're working now. They're working 16-hour days now, okay? And there's only a few of them. So it doesn't make sense to take an officer, a supervisor, who's doing a multitude of other tasks when she's not supervising them, to take her out of that mix. The other thing is, you brought up a point about, well, if it causes undue hardship, we may have the right to do it. But only the court's gonna make that determination.
Bless you.
And it's gonna make that determination after the fact, after the expenses of both parties. Because you and I can't make that determination, because you may say it's an undue hardship. I'm certainly gonna say it's not. And only the court's gonna be able to make that. So it's still gonna be litigation. That's my point. So you're not really saving there, because there is a section of it that says we may not have to do it. We don't have to do it if there's an undue hardship, but only the court's gonna make that determination whether it was an undue hardship or not. So either way, there would be litigation. Thank you.
You can leave it on. Oh, never mind.
Thank you. I have do you want to?
Well, all I want to say is as,
You're not.
what I wanted to add is what Cheryl said. I've been a union member for 45 years. I was a contract negotiator, 2 elected terms for the IBEW. My father-in-law was the head of the Building Trades Council in Rhode Island for years before he passed away. He was also a business agent. So I understand the law as well. And my loyalty has always been to the union as well. My whole life, I would have nothing if it wasn't for the IBEW. My problem is I have a responsibility of the town and took an oath. We were presented with a dilemma on how to cut funds from the budget because we were over budget. We have a responsibility by law. You're bound, you said you're an attorney. You're bound by laws that govern attorneys' conduct, correct?
Sure.
And you take that seriously. So are we able to really reasonably consider going against our oath for our fiscal
I'm not asking,
fiduciary requirements?
I would never ask you to do that.
Right. So we're posed with a problem. Thank you. Thank you.
Once you turn it on,
You just
leave it on.
Just leave it on?
Yeah.
Just leave it on.
So my point is we have a responsibility to the town, the whole town.
Absolutely.
We were posed with a problem. The answer and the solution was not one any of us liked and had to contemplate for days and couple of weeks. We didn't come to the decision lightly, because not only is the town important, but you get to know everybody personally. You get to really know people. A lot of the people in the room, we all consider ourselves friends too, but we're in a tough position. So to say that we're gonna end up in court anyway doesn't make it any easier.
No,
Because we're just, what you're saying is I should be afraid to do my job
no,
in fear of litigation.
no, what I'm saying is, if you're trying to say, if your budget is that constrained, okay,
I heard what you said.
and that you feel that you have to take a personnel move like that, significant, ends up in litigation, okay, you are not going to be saving the $30,000 that I'm hearing about. It's going to be probably triple that. That's what I'm saying, is it has repercussions.
I understand that.
If we can't settle this mutually, then you go to
Okay, so when you-
resolution process,
Okay,
right?
yeah,
And-
Understood. When you say settle this mutually, can you give the council an idea of what you're talking about?
Well, I probably could have if we had more notice than we received on this. Okay, I only found out about this either yesterday or the day before.
Okay, fair enough.
And it was thrown on us that there was going to be an action taken. And when I started to investigate from my point, I was told she's working, she's performing all her duties.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's all true. It's all accurate.
And it doesn't make sense to take, when you have such a small department, to take somebody intentionally out of the mix that is capable of performing those duties.
It may not make sense to you, sir, but it makes perfect sense to us at the time. But your points are taken, well taken, and everybody here has our utmost respect. I know that. I can speak for everyone. It's not about that. It's about a challenge and a responsibility. And to be fearful to make the right decision based on what you know, based on the highlighted limitations here to the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. It says that if it's a hardship to the town, we most certainly can do exactly what we did. Now, with all due respect, if there was any way of getting around this a few weeks ago, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. So I don't know whether, I'm not sure yet where this is gonna fall, but we're all heartbroken that
Well,
Stephanie has
perhaps they
to.
table it, and maybe we take more time to try to.
Well, that's up to council president and the council. I can't make that decision.
No, I'm just offering.
Yeah,
that,
no, I appreciate that.
because-
It's a good idea.
Because
Point taken.
sometimes, now that we're aware of it and we can roll our sleeves up and come to something
Okay.
that can be mutual together.
Thank you. I
But,
appreciate that.
I just don't, like I said, it just doesn't make sense to me, and I have to say it
understand.
again. You don't take an able, willing person who, for such a small department, and take them out of the mix.
Yeah.
So,
And it does feel personal for all of us because we all know Stephanie so well.
that's why she has the support she does today.
She does here too.
So,
I just have a couple of questions that I need clarification on, and perhaps the captain can also answer some of the questions. So from Mr. Secoshio's comments, he states that yes, one officer is down, and we know that we've been historically down, we've been down more than one.
We have
And it's been a difficult few years.
I-
We all know
12
that,
years have been difficult with staffing issues, so
but
it's nothing.
But-
Yeah, right.
it has been particularly difficult the past few years.
Correct.
Okay, so we're down an officer. In my eyes, and I am not a police officer, I do not understand all the nuances of it.
Correct.
Now I'm seeing that we're down 2 police officers.
That's,
My view is we're down an officer, Lieutenant Eva was out on the road. Understand she's pregnant. Concerned about that too. Understand that. So now we're down 2 officers. Okay. If she's on light duty, we're down an officer. If she's home or collecting TDI, we're still down 2 officers. So now my question for you is, and that again, Cheryl brought it out, it was the safety of the officers. And we've been hearing that as a council. I've been on the council for 12 years. I've been hearing continually since Chief Zeal, safety of the officers. We need 2 officers out there. We increased it to 9 officers. We've tried to,
We actually increased it to 10 and then we were cut back to 9.
but we increased it from what it was. And I was part of that.
Mhm.
So we got that. It's always the safety of the officers.
Correct.
Because of the overtime, we are now going to, and we've spoken to the chief about that. Looking at the budget, we're not sure how we can, and the budget is the bottom, I shouldn't say the bottom line. The budget is a big part of this.
I understand, but I
So
think they're
now-
2 different things.
Okay, so now it was suggested by Mr. Sakosho that Lieutenant Eva is assisting you with things that you have, paperwork, et cetera, that you're not assisting you, I guess. I'm not, let me see what I have here. That the captain can't pick up paperwork and things that you can't pick up. So historically, we haven't had a lieutenant in the building. The lieutenants have been out on the road and the
Correct.
captain has been doing the
Correct.
yeoman's work.
Correct.
Okay, so now my question to you is it so much
Yes.
that you're not
it is.
able to do it? What has changed?
So she is also a supervisor.
Yes,
a lot
that
of
was
her
gonna be my
job-
next question.
A lot of her job is admin. She is taking phone calls from patrolmen, making decisions that when I'm tired, I can't do it all the time. If she goes out, I can't perform both our jobs for 6 months. I may be able to do it for 12 weeks, but I can't do both our jobs for 6 months. It's just physically
How is
impossible.
it different from when you were lieutenant?
I had a sergeant. We don't have a sergeant. If she goes out, I'm the only supervisor other than the chief.
Okay, thank you.
If we continue the way, if you continue the way you're going by staying on the job light duty through to the new budget year. My thinking is that we can probably handle it that far. That brings you much closer to your due date. And then you would go out on Family Medical Leave Act, correct? The thing is, the budget can't reflect that next year because we can't do it. But
Do we have the money this year? And I
I-
know you don't want to hear budget, but that is part of
And-
our job, is
and-
keeping the budget.
from me asking Kelly, she said we could probably make it to the end of this fiscal year,
The impact that it has on
next year.
Okay,
So when you suggested that maybe we could talk about it and work it out, that's where my head's going, because I want us to I want us to reach a solution. And if I'm wrong, Kelly, you stop me.
I'm not running it, so that's making an assumption. That they're going to not backfill a position, that they're not doing certain things, that they're saving healthcare. I'm not running it, I'm not making those decisions, so. Right now.
what do you mean by you're not running it? I
I'm
don't.
not making those decisions, so I don't know.
For
what
them,
their
I
plan
get
is
it.
long
Has
term.
has to be. put-
So
Has to
it's
be a
just like
purpose.
when I gave them
Okay.
the budget, I said, okay, this is where we're at, you decide now where I cut.
Yes,
And they couldn't,
So,
so.
okay, so my thinking is that perhaps we can sit down and discuss this, work it out until July. Knowing it's not going to be in the budget next year, we're going to have to make that cut because we have to. We have no choice. but that would get you through to where I think it would be beneficial to everybody. Because she's gonna go out anyway on family medical leave act.
How are
So-
you gonna balance the budget?
Not-
In like 45 minutes?
No, not for next year. We make that cut for next year.
Now,
I'm talking about
right
now,
now,
right
we're over
now.
budget.
You're gonna have to adopt a budget that you know right now that based on what you're doing, you won't be able to.
Are we
balance.
setting precedent? That's my question.
Well, we're gonna, we're gonna have to come up with a light duty policy anyway, right?
Well, wait, no,
Some kind?
that's part of the
Right,
negotiation.
exactly.
It's not a
but
policy
that-
anymore.
It will be part of the contract, right?
negotiation,
Yes,
Which
you're
is a
right.
whole nother
You're right.
ball of wax.
And that conversation is confidential at this point.
Yeah, I'm not
Um,
discussing.
I'm gonna back up a couple of steps here. If that would be the route that you want to take, before you take any steps, you would need a list of things from your finance director where money couldn't be spent, and that I think would need to go into an MOU.
I'm not allowed by charter to let you overspend your budget.
Well, and that, I mean,
Department.
we're not allowed by
I-
charter to
Right,
overspend.
right,
our
no.
budget.
I guess one of my questions is I'm not sure, and I shouldn't be doing this, but
Please,
because I don't run the budget, but if you're already down an officer, where is that savings going?
The intention isn't to not fill a position.
No, but for the time, that period of time, if it takes 3 months, it could be 18,000-20,000. You're looking for
He's
30,000.
going to backfill that position. So you have a budgeted position, which is it's not a position of that level, so it's less of a savings. And it's going to backfill that position. It's being filled, like they're backfilling those hours. It's not like nobody's working.
But you're not paying benefits.
But if you were to take the savings of the whatever's budgeted, so that's probably almost equivalent, maybe a tiny bit more. With the pension, the benefits, because you're paying overtime, they're budgeted straight time.
With
Have no
healthcare too,
benefits.
you're saving on healthcare, correct?
I'd have to look and see what that position was budgeted, so yes, if it's budgeted as a waiver, I can look, and that's why my major concern was not this year.
Mm.
It's the
Next year,
fact that that continues, no benefited leave is being used, so I have to budget for the use of about 400 or 500 hours of benefited leave in July.
So I would suggest again, maybe we could table this
reconvene.
and
The thing
maybe
is,
have some more discussions about how to save money.
I already did, that's my problem, with both your captain and your chief and the council, so it's not my cut, it's the fact that nobody could tell me what to do, but I had to balance a budget tonight. It's being adopted tonight. I mean, if you want to, that's fine.
Yeah, but you're
Still
talking,
leave it out of that, take it out of that department and just say, listen, they're gonna have to live within whatever you budget. They're in negotiations, they're doing all of these things, you're still only gonna have so much money. How they spend it is not really determined by me.
I guess I've got this wrong because I'm thinking we're gonna just go through the end of this fiscal year, this fiscal budget
To July.
to July. We're gonna make that cut for next year, but maybe we can work something out for
Where? Where the only place to cut it next year is the overtime
right.
No,
hours. for
I guess
people
what
to
Cheryl,
work
I
the
think
Yes.
what Cheryl's asking is, can we go from here to June 30th?
And not be over budget, I
And-
believe you can.
Okay,
That's my point. And
coming July. It
Well-
is, and it's no secret, it is part of the negotiation. It's not a policy.
Right.
It's now gonna be part of negotiations.
right.
So how that looks would be reflected, but our budget is adopted tonight. It
Right.
goes to the financial town meeting in May.
I'm
What did we
sending it
say?
To the state tomorrow. for
We're
approval.
stating it right.
Yeah.
So we're at the max. I mean, 4%. We
Right.
can't go over 4%. I don't care who walks in wanting it. We can't do it.
We,
So
my thinking is that we would sit down with them and work out so that we meet all your specifications to get through this year, not hire.
Last 3 weeks.
No, I know
No,
that,
no, no.
Kelly. I know that, but we've come to this point.
I don't think she's talking about next year.
I'm not.
She's talking
I'm
about
not.
getting from here
To-
to June 30th.
Right.
My concern is this is not setting a precedence because we are in negotiations. And I'm trying to wear 3 different hats
Yeah.
here. I'm trying to look at what's best for Lieutenant Eva, what's best for the department, what's the budget? I'm in negotiations. Am I giving you something? I'm sorry, we're talking negotiations. Am I giving you a hand in negotiations now because we set precedents?
Without talking specifics, I don't see that at all as an advantage to us that we're coming up with something, but as your counsel said, if you wanted to sign an MOU that this won't set a past precedence, I have no problem with that.
That is a standard line in MOUs with unions like this.
Okay, thank you.
Does it works?
What does that mean? It's a standard line. I take umbrage to that.
No, it's standard, no, it's,
That you put it
Put it
in
in the
there,
memo,
okay,
yes,
and that
yes.
is an understanding.
No,
Yeah,
no, that
okay.
it's like because it's a contract, an MOU is a contract,
Yes,
essentially.
yes. So, okay, all right, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I misinterpreted what you were saying. Okay.
we're having a lot of
I mean-
misinterpretations tonight. All right, so I guess what you're looking for right now, Lieutenant Eva, is that you can continue in light duty from now until June 30th.
Well, let me preface that, yes, absolutely. But as she has stated, she's still looking to utilize her sick time and her family medical leave after her child is born. I mean, I do not want to deceive or.
I don't
We know
understand where
that.
that came in. Well,
So he's saying that she might go
Yeah.
out in September. So we can't just carry her till June 30th.
I don't think that's what he's saying at all.
Before that.
Okay.
I believe what she wants to do is stay on light duty until she has the childbirth and then take her family medical leave, which is 12 weeks after that.
Right,
And use her
and
sick
where
time
would we-
then.
Where would we say anything about that?
we wouldn't.
13 weeks.
I think we're both saying the same thing.
I think you're right.
Regardless, I think the intent was to keep her family medical leave extended through the whole period regardless, so that her job would be 100%. Am I wrong?
Right,
100% protected all the way through 3
Right.
months after. It's 13 weeks actually.
Right,
so
the state.
right.
The state. So
And
it's 13
that
weeks.
was never in question.
No,
No,
It was
still light duty until the childbirth.
Question was to me.
Yeah.
Or until she's
when-
permanently taken. That she would
correct,
not be
correct,
able
you
to
could go
do it.
early.
exactly, right.
But what I'm looking at is from now until no later than June 30th. How's that? Better phrasing. So
That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm due July 3rd, so it's.
It's pretty close, right? You might be a week early, you could be a week late.
but I would like to, my suggestion would be if we can financially swing this, which I'm looking at you, Kelly, and
I
you're saying
know.
it.
She's-
Can-
That's exactly.
Just to June 30.
But can you go into June 30th?
I really do think that the way that their budget is right now, and what they're doing, and the way I budgeted for this year, yes, I think they can.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't want to, do we have to take a motion at this time? Because I would like to sit down and discuss what that MOU is going to look like.
There can be a motion to approve subject to the mutually agreeable execution of it, or execution of a mutually agreeable MOU. So it continues while we negotiate the MOU, and then we can negotiate the MOU. And then if there's some kind of stall, you come back and revisit it in the time being.
That's the motion. I'm sorry. I'm kidding because I knew I'd get
Okay,
that look.
so we would, I would accept a motion that Lieutenant Eva can continue working on light duty no later than June 30th, contingent upon our meeting and developing or writing
I would say execution of a mutually agreeable MOU with the
Execution,
union.
there's the word, execution, that sounds a little, of an MOU. And what that would look like.
And what do we do for the budget that you're adopting tonight that excludes that?
We're,
Where,
Leave it
that's
in.
part of contract negotiations.
The budget.
No, the
that
budget
we're
word.
Adopting tonight.
We already-
Yeah.
Includes a 30.
we already did that. We are gonna leave it that way, right?
Well, that's what I was asking you, Cal. Can
For
we,
next
we're
year.
only, I'm not talking about next year. This is not part of, as far as I'm concerned, this is not part of next year.
Right.
We're only getting to June 30th.
Right.
And then our budget that we adopted will, or that we are going to adopt.
So your budget right now is based on what's happening currently.
Right.
Right,
So if she were to go out,
yep,
that changes your financial picture in 3 months.
yep.
So in 3 months, if she doesn't go out, it changes your financial picture.
So,
Well, in
To the
3
tune
months,
of
if
about
she doesn't go out by June.
$30,000.
No,
if
no,
she
no.
doesn't go out
What-
by June
Kelly, can I-
30th.
If she doesn't go
Can I-
out now.
can I
she's
try
not
to
using
explain it?
Yes.
Kelly was able to gather the 30,000 that we were short from the situation changing immediately.
Not even,
No.
not even in its entirety, because it's gone on for 9 years. It's
Yeah.
not really.
So-
Have you looked at
Banking-
this?
She's banking that
Have you
money.
looked at
Yeah.
this?
She's banking that money.
So the thing is, that's fine, but I'm assuming that the budget that is presented to you tonight for the police department will
Mhm.
stay the same.
Yes.
Yes.
And at
Yes.
some point, in some way, you're gonna have to make that up. So correct. And
Right.
that's going to come from either a second officer on shift. Or not, or some other way, and I don't have another way, and I gave that to the police to help me find another way, and they couldn't.
Well, we may
So
have some
that's-
creative ideas
That's
that we-
the situation we're at right now,
Okay.
but that was definitely about it tonight, right?
Of
Okay.
course.
So basically what she's saying is, gotta find $30,000 somewhere
Yep.
if she stays on. And we have few guys that are tired that you can only get so much overtime out of.
Sure.
Okay, so I would rather have her as a supervisor, coaching them along through difficult situations than not have her at all.
We understand that. We get that too, Tyler. We get that.
Okay, I just want to make sure because
But
that's,
We get that, but are also, as has been, and I know people don't want to hear it. A budget is a budget is. a
I
budget.
understand. I understand that 30 has to come out of somewhere.
So it's next
Okay.
year. It's
Right.
next year and you're gonna have to figure out.
Hopefully we
a
can
little
get some
bit
grants or
how-
something like that to
how-
make up for it. But we understand that we're gonna have to eat that 30 grand next
So
year.
when you say that you'd rather have her, that. I said it before, that might mean that you don't have a second officer.
There are times we don't have that second
you're
officer
right.
anyway,
So
because we
you're
don't have
gonna
the
to
money.
get creative with your staffing so that either you work
Well, that's
staggered
what
shifts.
me and
or
the chief are
somebody
gonna have to
works
do.
Staggered shifts so that you can try to figure that out. Because
You're shaking your head no, chief?
it's out of the budget, like unless they put it back in, you won't have enough money to have to do what you need to do.
Tyler, what do you?
Chief, do you want to say something?
Listen, I'm gonna let Kelly finish.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's.
so how would you
for sure.
change that motion then, that we just, and remember your friend sitting next to you?
I don't think there was a so moved on that.
No, there wasn't.
So there's no,
We haven't.
Right.
perfect.
It has,
Just
right,
making it
so,
clear for the record, there's no motion on the floor.
so what would you want changed in that motion?
I actually don't mind the motion. I think it's fine, but just be clear that you're going to have to live within the budget, whatever you
Yes.
have to do next year to do
Right.
that. You're in negotiations, you have a second person, like there's all these different things up in the air. Something's gonna have to change because the way it's been calculated now, it won't work.
Right,
Right.
okay, that I get, okay, so I was understanding that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So move that motion.
No, can I ask Tyler a question?
Because of
Second,
So the one that you said before that I first got, the light duty.
Okay,
Okay.
I said I would accept a motion
Right.
For Lieutenant Eva to
that for
continue.
Lieutenant Eva to continue on light duty
Yep.
up to, but no longer than June 30th,
Mhm.
contingent upon our meeting, executing an MOU that is agreeable to both parties.
Yes.
That was the
Okay.
motion that David made.
Right? I
And
second.
Cheryl seconded it. And now we'll have further discussion.
That's the easy part. Now we have to find the money.
Yeah, Tyler, so you're grasping this and you feel comfortable
think
that we
so.
can come up with a way?
Well, it's the chief's budget.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's gotta work together.
Correct. Like you said, we're gonna have to get creative, but you know. There are savings there with not being able to find a ninth guy.
This
That's a whole nother issue. That's a whole nother issue. We can't find that guy because. We're trying to fix that in negotiations, put it that way. We're gonna have to get really creative. It's not gonna be easy.
Yeah.
Nope, the Chiefs got something.
She's mad.
I understand that the 30,000 has to come out somewhere at some point next year, but I don't think it should be on the back of a human being. I think we should find it elsewhere and maybe split the difference with another department that won't bend. And I've been in the room with other departments that have said, and I quote, "I will not make any cuts." They've made some, and I've made some. The 30,000 definitely has to come. However, the population of this town is increasing. The number of crimes are increasing. The traffic is increasing. So with that being said, a ninth body, I think, will be absolutely essential at some point in the future. I am not going to agree that I'm not going to get another body.
Was that?
I don't think.
That's not where we're
That,
saying.
nobody said that, I
No.
don't think.
Well, what
I
am I-
did not hear
what-
that there was no
No.
ninth person.
Next year, I am under, just, what I'm understanding is that next year, that 30,000 will not be available to the police department because we're going to spend it now.
No.
That $30,000, and you said that I've been listening intently, and I've heard that 30,000 next year, not now, not till June 30th. She needs to be here. She needs to be here and she needs to work. We need her, and she's absolutely essential, as Attorney Sakosha alluded to. But next year, that 30,000 is not going to come on the back of having anybody in this room that wears a uniform less safe than they are now. And that's my stance on it. If we have to cut something else, we cut something else. We'll figure it out. But I will not agree that it's going to come on the back of a person, of another body that, well, you know, we may not be able to get a ninth person because we won't have the
I
money.
didn't hear that.
I did.
Lieutenant.
So clarify
I
for
did
me.
not hear that, Lieutenant, Chief.
Clarify for me, please.
I will in 1 second. I heard that there's 30,000 this year that we're looking at. If it continues to next year, there's 30,000 that you're going to be over before you
No.
start.
It's not it.
So now we have to look at where that 30,000 you're over. I'd never heard anyone say that there's not going to be a ninth officer on duty. I mean, if we can get a ninth officer, great. I don't think anybody's saying that. And I don't think, I don't know, did
No, I
I
think-
misunderstand somewhere?
I didn't say that.
I think we agree that we need a ninth officer.
We
Did
did-
I misunderstand
I
something?
think what you might have heard, what you might have
You
heard,
need to turn, thank you.
you may have heard the back and forth dialogue about the possibility of somebody being out on the road alone.
Yeah, that's what you were,
Yeah.
we were
Does that make
talking
sense?
about overtime, so if you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have that ninth person. And the overtime, so you may not have 2 officers on duty for a shift. You may only have 1 because you can't do the overtime.
Yeah, that's what you
can't
might
do
have
the
heard.
overtime because they can't do the overtime physically, but you also won't have the money to give them for overtime. No one's saying no ninth officer. What they're saying is you may have to look at whether or not you can afford.
So
that overtime.
it's a body, no matter how you slice it. It's, if I can't get an overtime body, that's a body, whether it's a ninth or a 7th or a 12th. If I can't get a body, then I can't get a body because I can't afford a body. And that is Is that,
Pretty much what basically your budget currently has but you're budgeted for 9 full people. And you're budgeted because you have open shifts, Tyler, the captain, calculated the number of hours that would be available, that are available, so that you need a second person, I don't want to say a body, a second person for safety. I mean, that's just sense, that's common sense, right? We budgeted for a second person on every available shift. We had to cut, and I've now budgeted for we're talking about her, so I guess I can say Stephanie, to be out an additional, say, 500 hours or 400 and some odd hours on family medical for the care and welfare of her child. That's all part of the budget. We cannot balance this budget that every department has cut. You can see the departments. And I have the budget from the first day to this one, and you will see every department has cut. I understand which department you're talking about. That's not somebody, that's a different thing. You can talk to them about it when we're going to adopt the budget, but every department has cut.
Mhm.
So the budget that is the largest, that had the largest increase that was left was yours. The remaining $35,000 or $34,000 that we could not balance the budget by. It was over 50. I increased revenue by 30, and then DPW and your department were the only 2 large departments that were left. So that's where it had to come from. So I cut the 30 some odd $1,000, which is represented in this budget.
Mhm.
Now, that's how I budgeted. If all of the other things in your budget that are not personnel based could not be cut, which you both reviewed, that's what I asked you to do. So I'm assuming that that's true. The only other place to take it is some personnel type of line. So you only have so many options. Your salaries are contractual, your longevity is contractual, your time off is contractual. What isn't is what you backfill. And that type of thing. How you balance your budget ultimately is going to be up to you.
It's a bottom line budget.
It's a bottom
So
line budget. I will
we
help
can't
you.
say- We can't say, you need to take it away from this, you need to take it
Yeah.
away, but it's a bottom line.
But
Where
when-
you decide to take it,
when I-
where you take it. from.
Right, when I calculated it, I called and asked, where would you like me to take this from? And everybody just said, find another place. I can't go to another department. There's no other department to cut. So it had to be from yours, and to calculate it so that it's real numbers. That's where it came from over time. So how you work that out, if you work it out because you don't have communications, if you work it out because you don't have as much ammunition. I'm all about helping you calculate that savings and helping you in that way, but I'm telling you, you only have so many places. So I never said you shouldn't fill, nor do I believe you shouldn't fill. When he asked about the 9th person and the savings, I said that's pretty much a break even, because that's a lower level person. When you pay somebody 50 some odd hours and dollars in overtime, or you budget for that going forward, that's, you calculate that savings. So there might be a little savings there. That's why I don't feel like you have a problem this year. It is not my intent, or I didn't believe it was your intent, to not backfill that position. Or to not have a 9th person. That's why.
So my
I
question
created
is, if we decided, or it was decided that we wouldn't have a problem with the lieutenant staying here for the remainder of her pregnancy,
Mhm.
why are we here? Why are we going back and forth about her being here? I know why we're going back and forth. I've been to every meeting about that she's accruing time for after said baby is born.
No, because she's accrued time now that she's not using for a
That's
job.
correct, right? That's what
that's
what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm,
She's doing a position that it was not, she's filling a non-budgeted position, and her actual position on the road, you're backfilling. Whether or not you have enough time right now to dollars right now to manage that, yes, but the problem is, and it's not a problem, I'm very happy for it, like she has all these hours available for her. And now I have to budget them. I budgeted them this year, and they're going to be budgeted for next year, because that's the time she's going to actually be using them. So I don't have a balanced budget. That's my problem. How I get there, and how I asked for assistance and didn't really receive much, because nobody has an idea of where to get it from. Ultimately, by law, I have to, and again, by law, have a balanced budget. And I have to advertise that within the next 10 days. The person who approves the advertisement is going away. It has to be submitted tomorrow. We're adopting the budget today. So when I asked, and even if you had another week, my problem is still next year's budget. I don't have a balanced budget.
So does that mean? So what does that mean for us
Means
if you don't
somehow
have a balanced budget and you need to have it balanced by
it-
midnight tomorrow?
regardless, your budget's gonna be adopted by the total bottom line and you're gonna have to live within it. I can help you, but your stance on we're going to do all of these things is going to make you over budget. And that's what I'm telling you. And you can't by charter be over budget. So that's my point. You
Next year.
can't follow a policy without putting a dollar to it because the dollar matters. And ultimately, if you follow all of the policies that you've created, that you asked me to implement in your budget, you don't have enough money. So you need a plan and that's why she said a plan that would be in the MOU of where you're getting this money and what your intentions are, because we can't be having this conversation next April, knowing that you're going to be overspent.
Of next year.
Yep. And I'm telling you, I did the budget. I explained it all to you. I was very forthcoming about it. I would go over it with anybody. And you're gonna have to help me find a way. And I'm open. I'll help you find a way, but you have to help me find a way. And it can't be, I'm still doing this, I'm still doing this, and I'm still doing this, because it doesn't equate. It doesn't work.
But we did make cuts.
You did,
We
yeah.
did make cuts and we did
Yeah.
adopt a budget that, again, we've discussed multiple times, that was not frivolous. It was not things that we wanted. It was things that we needed.
Right.
I want to be clear though, and just clarify this for me. If by chance we had the opportunity to get another policeman tomorrow, just by chance, could we hire that policeman based on what we have? Okay.
I asked,
From
I
now
believe
into June?
I called Tyler today and said, what are you doing with the 9th police officer? It's never been my intent or to try to save money for the town by not helping you in any way I can we'll try to figure it out. Yes, and I would try. I've tried to figure it out for next year as well. The situation is you're going to have to look, and as Julia said, the solicitor said, we don't make a budget based on fiction. It has to be based on reality, and your plan, your projected plan is overstated by about $35,000. Your original, and I never said this, if you recall, even at the public hearing, I said it more than once, and we've had multiple budget hearings, that I don't believe anybody presented a budget, any department, that was frivolous. That everybody presented a budget for their department that they thought they needed to run their department the way it should be run. And I didn't think yours was frivolous. I helped you create
No,
it.
you didn't.
I spent
You were
days and
supportive.
days helping you create it, and I wouldn't say that it was frivolous. That said, when we equated it in dollars and calculated that out, it was well over 12% increase. And as we've also stated, our revenue is stagnant here. We can only go up 4% of the levy. And the levy is only 80% of our total revenue. So we can't even go up 4% of our revenue. I increased investment income. I increased things that I didn't think would have a long-term negative effect in as many ways that I could. And I got aggressive with our revenue, more so than I would have, because it's not a sure thing. That said, to help balance our budget. So we were close to $300,000 over budget. And then we were 200, and then we were 100. That's where we got stuck, the 100.
I understand.
So the 100 was made up. We
We're
found
getting
it
into it.
through
Yeah, no.
revenue and the police and DPW.
Right. And
know
I
those
don't
other
think we
public
need to
safety.
go through
Chief-
line by
Chief-
line to each.
Chief, I think that we've settled or we've come up with a solution for you
Right, for
until
now.
June 30th.
I needed clarification, Ms.
I
Buzz.
get
just
that.
needed clarification
So
that,
And I hope-
and as I stated multiple times,
Right.
as friendly as we all are, it's a small town.
Of
We all
course.
know each other well. My job is to keep them safe.
And that's what we
And her
want. And I
safe.
stated that at the very beginning when I started talking. And I hope you understand that's why we came up with this.
And I do
solution.
appreciate it. And I appreciate you and I do appreciate you, but until you're in the shoes of the people that are out there, you don't understand.
I
what it
don't want to
feels
be
like
there.
to be unsafe. So
Right.
if we can keep what we have
We
and
have
maybe
now.
get our, maybe keep our fingers crossed to get one more body in the
Right.
mix.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
That would be,
So there is a motion on the table.
No, we haven't. moved.
There's a motion on the table
From
to
memory, I don't know
extend
that.
Stephanie's role until June 30th. With
With-
the memorandum of understanding.
They can come up with the agreed upon.
Right.
savings.
Execute.
Execution.
Execute is the word.
so am I understanding that we'll have to have a decision as to where that 30 will come out next year?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's things that Kelly said, we can move around. It's not gonna be comfortable and it never is.
I'll help you calculate it. I'll work with you to do it, but you have to have a plan before you can execute. Otherwise, you'll be too deep and you
Okay.
won't be able to self-correct.
But, and I'm asking you, we go through this every year.
Mhm,
We do not have enough money to run what we're running.
mhm.
We do not have the officers. We do not have the facilities. We need to figure something out because it's been 12 years that I've been here and I've been hearing the same thing. It's gotta change. We can't go on the way we are.
None of us
Something is
can.
going to get hurt.
Thank you, Ty.
And that's
Understood.
where, and that's where the frustration lies. It's, I mean, money's always a frustration, I think, for every town. Personnel and retention is a problem for every single town now. But wherein lies that when you can't sleep because you know one guy is out there handling 4 things alone and his backup is 25 minutes away. That's where we stay awake at night.
I also ask,
Understanding.
And
I also ask that we put a time limit on it. Because the
A
whole,
time limit on.
the
thought it
MOU
said-
and the understanding
Oh.
of it, because
Yeah,
as
yeah.
you drag
I
on,
would
like,
like
if
it
we
to
don't
be-
have a solution in 3 weeks, you've pretty much
No,
built
I
yourself
wanted
into
to
the.
put an executive for the next council meeting. That's.
You have to, because the whole point is,
I have faith.
you understand why I'm saying that,
Yeah,
right?
we could,
Okay,
because the longer we do this.
100%, right,
So you have to have, I would like to see it by the next meeting, which is April 25th.
So I think if we can withdraw the second and add that language to the motion,
Thank you.
that would
The
be.
timeline?
With the
Yes.
Timeline.
Yeah, you need.
I
a
withdraw my
timeline or
second.
there's no point.
And then Dave, withdraw your motion
I withdraw my motion.
and then repeat the same motion, except with the April 20, is it 25th? I
April
was
25th.
April 25th date, please.
We'll do it before then, because you can't not have the date. You have to.
I just want to thank the council and Mr. Sakosha and all my brothers and my sister. And that's what I consider you.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
We have, and we have to second.
I want to just thank you for the support that they have showed
Voted
us.
You might want to hold off
Oh,
of that.
man.
So do you know the motion?
She's got it.
No, we have it. We have it.
Okay. So the
We just
motion has
need
been
to-
made.
Can,
And,
A
The
second,
motion-
I
The
second.
motion has been made.
And
You want it
seconded.
read? No, you're good?
wanted to make sure we had a second.
Discussion?
Okay, and we had a second. Any further discussion?
No.
No.
Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. Three to nothing.
Can I say as well, Chief, Kyle, very thoughtful.
Microphone.
I didn't want it to be public. Very, thank you, very thoughtfully presented. Sorry I had to go through it, but it's, as you can see, it's not an easy fix. But thank you, and thank the guys for showing up.
Yes.
Yes,
thank
That
you all.
shows
I have a
support.
quick question. Tyler and Paul, am I CCing you both
Yes.
when I draft it?
Yes.
You send it.
Lieutenant,
Steph,
Thank you.
thank you, thank Denise and Cheryl.
Steph, good luck tonight.
Yeah, good luck.
Yes.
What's tonight? What's tonight? Yeah, a what night?
Oh,
Oh.
it's not easy when you start getting angry with.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank you.
We'll be in touch, I'm sure, next week. We're gonna get real.
Tyler, I'll help you. Tyler, I'll help you.
I know you will.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks.
Chief, remember, I'm available.
Okay, so moving
That
on
sounds
to
good.
consent agenda.
I make a motion, we accept the consent. I make a motion, we accept the consent agenda as written.
Second.
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, thank you. Public hearings. How are you? I'm good, thanks. There was some discussion, Mrs. Dillon had brought to my attention that other towns do not necessarily read all the advertisements for the public hearings. To save time. We do not need to read those, so we could just move right ahead, and
Excellent.
we're on public hearings for the Homestead Exemption Act.
Can, I just asked that when we start, we just announce that it was advertised in the Valley
thank
Breeze for
you.
however many weeks, right,
Mrs. Dillon
Valerie?
was trying to tell us that.
Thank you.
So it was advertised in the Observer.
No, that.
That is the observer.
That is the Observer.
2 pages, right?
I don't know.
It says here, advertised in the Valley Breeze Observer, March 21st, March 28th, and April 4th. It was also on our website. So, moving ahead. Kelly, you're up again.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good time. I'm looking forward to Grant's presentation so I can do other things. All right, so the deal with the homestead exemption is that we've never really needed one in Foster. Most of the people who live in Foster own their homes. The people who own their homes live in them. We have very little rental property from all sources that we look at. But the situation is currently that we are in the middle of a revaluation. Julie, do you want to say something? Say it.
At the end.
Okay, anything with this? Okay, that's gonna change. Okay,
Oh,
Okay.
thank you. It's the
Okay.
first,
so
my head is.
I reached out to other communities because what happened was I discovered that with the revaluation and the current treaty that we have with Providence Water, they are going to benefit substantially from this revaluation because their assessed values will stay the same. Everybody else's assessed values will increase between 35 and 40% based on the market. Therefore, the tax rate will go down. And with the decrease in the tax rate and their assessed value staying the same, they stand to save a decent amount of money, a significant amount of money. It's also important to note that Providence Water is our largest taxpayer in the town of Foster. So that would unfairly benefit them and unfairly hurt our other residents. So by creating a homestead exemption, Providence Water wouldn't be eligible for it, but all of our residential property would. All the people who actually live in their home. So if, for example, the overall increase, we did hear from our reval company that almost every, like the standard right now is a 37% increase in market townwide. So if everybody's property increases at 37%, and we issue a homestead exemption for 37%, Providence Water would be similar. Their tax levy itself would stay about the same, which means that nobody would have to bear the additional burden of a decrease from Providence Water and then have to increase their taxes so that we can stay the same at the same level. So it's really kind of like an algebraic equation. If one benefits and you need to raise the same amount of money, everybody else has to make up that difference. And we're trying to avoid having our homeowners have to bear that burden. So by creating this homestead exemption and giving the council a purview to create annually, basically, what the homestead exemption would be, 37%, 20%, 20%, et cetera. that could help us.
Yep.
We do have a situation right now where there's legislation in process that they are going to limit the homestead exemptions to 20%. So unfortunately, if that happens before this all enactment, or whatever, however you want to say it, I don't know if we could issue a homestead exemption greater than 20%. Any homestead exemption will benefit the taxpayer who lives here, who lives in the home
Right.
they own. So 20% is better than nothing, and 37%, if the market value increases, is the best, because it should keep everybody whole.
Yep.
From that standpoint. That's the goal of it, and that's where we're at. This is West Greenwich's, actually. We modified it for us. We changed one thing to two dwellings, so it's homes with one or two theirs was 4. But other than that, it's pretty much the same as West Greenwich's. And it just helps to level off the fluctuations from significant changes in market value, like the one we're living in now. That's the only way I can think of to save the average homeowner, not having to have an increased burden due to Providence Waters Treaty.
Yeah, we talked about this months ago.
Mhm.
Just for information, this is the first reading of this ordinance, so there will be no votes on it tonight.
Thank you.
It does say 4 dwellings in here.
It does.
Mine says 2.
Yours
But
says,
Mine
it
says
was
4.
modified, so I don't know which one.
the one that was in Sugar Sink says 4.
Yeah,
No, it's 2, and the one that was advertised was 2.
oh, that's good.
Okay.
And we could change it regardless, it's not voted on, but it's 2. And that was Grant's suggestion based on our basic zoning and planning, you know. Was,
I figured if the intent.
Grant, no.
Grant, you should just
Sit up
take a
close
front
now.
seat.
Well,
Usually that's Lynn's seat, but.
I figured that if the intent is to save homeowners, generally there would be renter populations in 3 or 4 dwelling households, and a homeowner who's renting to those people would make up the tax burden through the rent that they receive from those extra units.
Correct.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Grant.
So
That was
the public hearing is open. It is our first reading. Is there any questions from the audience? Hearing none. Oh, yes, you do. You have to state your name, your address, and then go for it.
Jonathan Hader, I live at 71 Howard Hill Road. Homestead exemption, now, to apply for that, or do it automatically be given?
They would have to apply for it because I don't know who rents and who doesn't rent, but trust me when I tell you, I would rather spend $1,000 on postage to make sure everybody received it than to just simply advertise. And we'll do what we have to do to make sure that everybody knows about it and to help people out with that, because that's the whole purpose of it. We're gonna go the extra mile so the taxpayer themselves who live here and who live in their homes can benefit in any way we can.
I know in some of the states, to qualify for homestead exemption, you have to have livestock.
No.
That's not gonna be part of.
All you have to do is own and live in the property that you live
Right.
in.
Okay, thanks.
So look in your mail.
Mhm.
Watch your mail.
Yeah, watch your mail. Any other
Not yet.
questions? Hearing none. I'm going to do my 3 and 3. Yes,
We did away with it.
No.
no. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of this ordinance?
Yay.
Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Think carefully. Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? I'm going to close that public hearing.
Denise, I just wanted to make one more point. Anybody who's on a tax freeze would not qualify for this because they're already frozen, but anybody who receives a credit would. So there you
Okay.
go, okay?
Thank you. I'm looking in the audience and I see, I'm assuming Tammy's here. I'm assuming you're here too with the Titans, your Tri-Town Titans. And I would accept a motion if that's all right with you, Grant. Thank you.
You close the public hearing.
I did, yes. I did close it, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have my name, so just feel free to. I would accept a motion at this time to move the, under new business number 4, Tri-Town Titan request to use the sports field.
We can actually.
Oh, okay, then I'm not gonna make that motion. When they come, you give us a high, we'll make a motion. We may be in the gist of it.
Okay, thank you.
We also have, the zoning board alternate appointment. Is that person here tonight?
Yes.
Okay, so we have several in your, I'll take a motion to move the.
4 and 5.
Number 5 now, because number 4, they're not all here yet. So move number 5 to this point.
So
Zoning board alternate appointments to this point in time.
second,
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
aye,
Opposed? In your packet, you have requests or letters from 3 residents that would like to be on the as on the zoning board as an alternate. Grant reached out to them and spoke with them, and he had a recommendation for one of the candidates. Am I correct, Grant?
Yes.
And I have to get my packet out here now. Grant had recommended that Mr. Lawson would be an appropriate, he did feel that one of the other candidates would be perfect for the planning board, but at this time, we do not have an opening on the planning board, but we should keep that candidate in mind. So what is the pleasure of the council?
I'll make a motion to take Grant's recommendation to appoint Mr. Lawson as an alternate to the zoning board.
Or the appointment to expire, yeah,
Oh,
12/24.
yeah.
12/20/24.
So sad.
second,
Discussion. Is Mr. Lawson here?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Mr. Lawson, how are you?
Good evening, everybody. My
Good.
name is Edward Lawson. I live at 30 Burgess Road. And I am looking forward to the privilege of being able to serve the town after living.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Thank you for stepping up. Does anyone have any?
thank you, Ed.
No,
Thank
Thank you. The motion has been made. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Congratulations. Mr.
Congratulations,
Lawson.
Mr. Lawson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grant, for that.
Is there anyone else here that's for anything on the agenda that they would like to have moved up at this point? No? Okay. I see a lot of unfamiliar faces. Mrs. Ryder, you're getting competition. Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Good night. Thank you.
So what did you say? So we're moving on to first hearing amusements and manufactured homes and zoning. This is our first public hearing on this, correct, Grant?
That's correct.
So it was advertised. And I don't, yes, do we know dates?
Advertised for 3 weeks.
I'm good, thank you. It was advertised for 3 weeks, Grant was saying. So, okay. So, go ahead, Grant, thank you.
Okay, so the first section is 651, and currently the way we is through where a fee is charged, so it reads, it shall be unlawful to operate a recreational event or amusement within the town, which is open to the general public, where a fee is charged without having first obtained a license, therefore, from the town council. The proposal is to remove the recreational with special event, and it'll be important to keep in mind that terminology for the proposals. So a special event or amusement within the town that's open to the general public, remove where a fee is charged, insert having an actual or reasonably anticipated assembly of 100 or more people, that being on private property, or an event on town property having an actual or reasonably anticipated assembly of 50 or more people. So rather than just a fee charged, if you have a lot of people, that's where an event permit would come into play. If you don't have that many people showing up, you wouldn't need to have an event permit. So the next sections, a lot of this comes from Gloucester's ordinance, specifically section 175-4. If anyone wants to look that up afterwards or during the meeting. So currently we have a section 6-52. It's titled Relief from Zoning Board of Review required prior to acceptance of application. And generally, the zoning board doesn't grant relief for temporary events. They grant relief for long-term uses of land through a special use or a variance. The town council in most towns is the event approval board, so to speak, including in Gloucester, which again is where I base these amendments off of. So we would propose to strike the entire text of the section 6-52 relating to the zoning board, granting relief for events that are not permitted uses under the zoning ordinance, and replace that language with an application procedure, which would be applications for special event licenses would be made to the town clerk 45 days in advance of the scheduled special event. If the special event is proposed to be on town property or recreation areas, approval from the recreation director would need to be obtained prior to submitting the application. So basically, it would not get to the council level if the recreation director didn't feel it was appropriate if that event is to be on town property. And applications should be made on forms prepared by the town clerk and would include the following information: name and address of the applicant, the nature of the proposed special event, the dates and times, the location, the proposed entertainment and activities offered to the public, a diagram of the proposed area to be used, describing the size of the lot, entrance and exit points, walls or obstacles, and proposed parking areas, provisions for medical assistance, fire protection, police protection, parking facilities, protection of neighboring properties, crowd control, and sanitary facilities. You would need a 300-foot radius map and a list of the names and addresses of all abutting property owners or property owners within 300 feet of the where the event's proposed to be located, and any other information that the council would find reasonably necessary. So
Can
that-
I
Yep.
just ask one question? Read again with what the Director of Recreation.
So if somebody proposed an event with 50 or more people, recreation director would have to approve of it and issue that approval or communicate that approval with the council. Otherwise, yeah.
Are you comfortable with that? Okay, I, because you're right. That, just listening to it, it hit me, Director of Recreation. We cut your pay. And now we're giving you responsibility.
Yeah, so if somebody wanted to have one of those events, 50 people on town-owned property, if they wanted to go through the council, then Tammy could always say, yeah, that sounds good to me, and then the council could be the bad guy.
We're. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the way that Gloucester wrote this was kind of like, if mom says no, then ask dad, or if dad says no,
Yep.
then ask mom. They wrote it as, if the recreation director doesn't like that proposal, then the council can just say yes
Okay.
anyway. But I figured,
All right.
well, if it's a
Yep.
recreation event, put it
Right.
in.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Grant. I'm sorry, I just.
Yeah. And so section 6-54, notice to nearby property owners of the hearing. Not much is changing in the section, except that currently Foster requires 1 week notice. I'm proposing that 2 weeks notice is given. And that's in line with some of the future or the upcoming amendments that you'll hear. The applicant would have to give notice to the town clerk Once the recreation director approved of the concept, that applicant would need to give notice to the town clerk 2 weeks in advance rather than 1. And it would also need to go in the newspaper at least 10 days prior to the hearing. And the applicant would be responsible for the cost of advertising and notice to abutters.
Thank you.
And I should also mention too, if there is a special event that's reoccurring annually, the council would have the authority by majority vote to waive the public hearing if there were no complaints or issues from this year's event.
Thank you.
Section 6-55 notice. Currently, it's titled notice. Chief of Police and the building inspector. So the proposal here is to remove the building inspector from the process and add in the respective fire chief of the area where the event is to be held. So at least 2 weeks prior to the public hearing, complete applications would be forwarded from the town clerk to the police chief and the fire chief of their respective fire company based on the event's proposed location for their consideration. All recommendations and or comments would be forwarded to the town council prior to the public hearing. And if the council determines that a police or fire detail shall be a stipulation of the license, the applicant would be responsible for the detail fees.
Thank you.
Section 6-56, each applicant to operate a special event or amusement unless waived would pay the town clerk upon filing the application a fee of $25 in addition to any fees specified in this division, such as the detail fees that were just mentioned. And the applicant again would be responsible for the cost of mail and advertising. A license fee could be waived for a nonprofit or for town groups holding special events for townwide participation. Request to waive the license fee would need to be included in writing with the application.
Thank you.
And the last section under chapter 6. During the hearing that's described in section 6-54, the application would be either approved with conditions, or denied by the town council. If the application is approved with conditions by the town council, the conditions may include, but not be limited to, hours of operation and duration of the special event. The town clerk would only be able to grant a license if the council found that during the public hearing, the special event would not constitute a public nuisance. And the town council would also have to find that all the requirements set forth in the checklist described in section 6-53, that section is not proposed to be amended. All those checklist items are met, and the town council wouldn't be able to consider an application if they had not received their comments from the chief of police or the fire chief. And should the license be approved, the license would reflect any and all restrictions, stipulations, or terms that were imposed by the town council.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, section 16-31, this is the manufactured homes chapter of the Code of Ordinances. The amendments here are basically done to provide clarification of what I think is long needed terminology. The term house trailer would mean any temporary structure with or without a permanent foundation that's used as a temporary residence following an unexpected event. So any kind of catastrophe, you could issue a temporary permit for somebody to live in a house trailer. Manufactured home would have the definition that's used in the US code. That's in Rhode Island, that it's cold in the winter, so you need frost protection. Every manufactured home needs a foundation. The dimensional specifications are explained in that section of the US code. And a mobile home is any structure that meets the definition of a manufactured home. And with the caveat that the mobile homes were built prior to 1976. That's when HUD changed their regulations on how those structures need to be built.
We talked about that this week.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so section 16-57 is the procedure for applying for an installation permit for a manufactured home. Currently, Foster uses some obsolete measure to approve these, and most of the requirements, if not all of them, are not in the 1 and 2 family residential code. So the proposal here is just for an application for an installation permit for a manufactured home to meet the 1 and 2 family residential code. And that section is cited.
Thank you.
Section 1658, standards to govern the issuance of installation permits for manufactured homes. Again, Foster has procedures that are no longer followed, and we're bringing it into compliance with the procedure for issuing an installation permit, which the building official would issue.
Thank you.
Section 16-59, currently Foster requires a hearing on the issuance of an installation permit, but again, the state building code doesn't require that. It's just an application to the building official. So this section is proposed to be removed.
Okay.
And section 16-60 is temporary permits following damage. I made some changes to what you'll see in Sugar Sync on this because Warren Ducharme on the Building Code Commission pointed me to actually it's an SBC 1, not the 1 and 2 family residential code, the state building code. That code covers temporary structures. So the building official would be allowed to issue a temporary permit following damage for the location and use of a house trailer, which is again defined as a temporary substitute residence following some kind of catastrophe, and the procedure for issuing that permit for a temporary structure and what that temporary structure would need to consist of in terms of structural support. That's all in SBC 1, the Rhode Island State Building Code. And basically you would have 1 year where that structure would be permitted. And then after that, the building official would require that to be removed or demolished, whatever would be the most sensible way determined by the building official.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, section 38-2 are definitions. They're the same exact definitions that were referenced in section 16-31, just being put into the zoning code.
Okay.
Section 38-272. Currently it's titled yard exceptions, and the reason this is being proposed to be amended is this could be interpreted to mean, somebody could think it means you couldn't have anything in your yard, like your front yard, side yard, backyard, except for your house. So really what this is stating is you're only allowed to have certain things in setback areas. So the proposal should be, and it's not listed in Sugar Sync, but strike the word yard, enter the word setback. So the section would read, the space in a front, side, or rear setback shall be open and unobstructed with the following exceptions. One exception would be a porch can go 10 feet into a side or rear setback. Window sills, cornices, other ornamental features could extend up to 5 feet into any setback. Landscape features, trees, shrubs, terraces could be placed in any setback. And in the general business and highway commercial districts, this is one of my favorites. You can still have an outdoor telephone booth that's located in a front yard setback. I thought that was kind of unique, and I don't think we should remove that, but just change the term yard to setback.
Thank you, Grant.
And
Roll this, you keep your sense of humor.
the last section, Joanna, our planning board solicitor, advised me to not have the planning board vote on this at the special meeting last night. Probably because it was a special meeting, not a regular meeting, and we didn't need her legal opinion on anything because it was a presentation on housing. So there wasn't anything discussed that the planning board could make a motion on. So we'll have to hold that until a future meeting.
Is that number 1438-280?
Yes.
Okay, so that's gonna be held.
Yep.
Thank you. So I have a question. For the public hearing, can be waived Letters still have to be sent out to butters, is that?
No, if the public hearing was waived, there would be nothing to notify abutters of.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Neither one would need to be there. Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Go. Come on up. Well, he'll be first, then Adam, you can come and then. Name and address again, I'm
Name is
sorry.
Jonathan Hayter, 71 Howard Hill Road. Now, I might be jumping the gun, but would these special permits be required for football games?
So
At the rec field, no,
technically, it's the way it's written.
There
It would be.
may need exemptions like we did with other ordinances where like nonprofits are exempt.
did
Sports,
you mention that though? That there were exemptions for nonprofits?
It would be the fee was waived.
That.
I think you said the fee would be waived for nonprofit,
Okay,
but not the application process.
okay.
Interesting. Good.
So an application process would have to be done for the use of the rec field?
Oh, we can make a change. Yeah, make an exemption for it.
Okay,
that's what public hearings are for.
thank you. So, yeah, because, okay, thank you.
Good catch.
Thank you. Adam, yeah. Because.
Adam Dacko, 119A Central Pike. I'm just curious, does that pertain to only town property, or does it pertain to, say, gun clubs who have special occasions?
If the event had more than 100 people, the way it's written, you would need to get an event permit.
Okay.
Or private? I thought it was just town, I'm sorry, my.
The gun club is a nonprofit,
Open,
right?
open to the general public. So if you have a graduation party in your backyard, that's not open to the general public. You're not inviting Joe Schmo. If it's an event where the general public could be invited, that's a different situation.
So at a gun club doing an event, they have,
But if it's a fundraiser with tickets for sale to the
Right.
public, that creates the open to the general public.
We haven't done that in the past. Why would we start doing it now?
Technically, this ordinance has been in effect a long time. I just don't think it's ever been exercised. And it did not have these types of requirements.
We
There
were good at ignoring things then.
I'm sorry, what?
When we adopt all these new things to be, to coincide with the state law,
Right.
and this is what pops up.
Right.
But is this
Follow.
coinciding with the state law? I
Yeah.
don't have the ordinance in front of me, Grant.
Mhm.
It's that,
This is this is adopting the new state policies.
No, I just noticed that there were,
You get a- I'm sorry.
thanks, Adam.
So I just noticed that we use fees rather than the number of people to show up to regulate special events, and Gloucester seems to have a more detailed method of regulating special events. So I mostly just copied it from Gloucester. So this isn't required by state law.
Okay. So. Good point. And as Julia mentioned, it's a public hearing, so these are times that we can make those changes. But I don't know, I feel that you've been doing it right along. Why should we all of a sudden start having to, for you to have to come to the town to hold a event at one of the gun clubs or
Well, if I might, I
go
think,
right ahead?
I think one of the good reasons why we should adopt the policy and correct the verbiage is because we won't be around forever. And some other council may say, we're gonna follow the letter of the law, you have to get it.
Oh, yes, that's what I'm saying, to change it. Yeah, to
Let's
change
Let's
the,
change the language, the
the
verbiage to adopt, or accommodate
Right,
nonprofits, like
right.
Grant said, nonprofits or.
But you went to sleep over there. We haven't heard from you.
She's tired, she was on the
No,
boat today, I saw her.
I'm just wondering about, say, Borders Farm, Cucumber Hill Farm has a lot of,
Right.
events.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Borders, yeah, Borders, yeah.
Oh, it's the horse farm right here, Beth Stone riding.
Right, right. But I'm just, it does seem to open a bit of a can of worms.
It does. It does. Yeah.
Yeah, Cucumber Hill Farm goes like through the whole month of October. Different,
Right,
things, different days,
right.
yeah, right.
And they've never come.
Grant, can you give us a little of your insight on how we could get jammed up with this if we adopt it as written? And what modifications might come to mind? Because this is only the first public hearing, so we've got time to think about it, but.
Well, I mean,
Any thoughts so far?
in general, these types of ordinances aren't necessarily always followed. What came to my mind was like people having parties, events where people are drinking. You would need the police to have some kind of insight on this. There's a lot of weddings in the summer, so that was what came to mind. I didn't even think about gun club events or games. So if you said athletic events could probably include
Well,
gun club
you
events
just brought up
too.
a great point, because Adam, near you, isn't there a yearly drag racing party that goes on near you? Where hundreds of people show up
No,
near you?
no. He lived there, but that does not happen.
Oh,
there.
no, no,
Say
the gun
no.
store, near the gun club, sorry.
And near the gun store, that would be Hemi Joe's, but he's not having his Fourth of July party.
But those are also, there's a
Private.
difference between open to the public and those.
That's-
Weddings are not open to the public. You're
Right.
not inviting, you're paying per plate, you're paying per head. You're not inviting anyone and everyone to the wedding. So this is specific to things that are open to the public. A
Well, Hemi
carnival.
Joe's is open to the public. Hundreds of people show up from other
No, we
states.
can't talk about a particular person, so let's,
But
But
it's an
it-
event that took
but-
place in the past.
If there can be people from other states, but if it's invitation only or not open to somebody just driving by, can't just drive in and stop in, that's the difference. Or if it's not tickets sold widely, that's the difference. If it's a limited guest list and not
Okay, so this-
anyone who wants to
this
buy a
wouldn't
ticket
cover
can buy a
Public
ticket.
gatherings, excess of 100 people?
Not all of them. If it's private and not open to the public. if
Yeah, I
it's a
guess if
graduation
there's
party,
any
a
kind of
birthday party,
invitation.
a wedding, or it's a very, very limited thing where it's just members only, that's a different situation.
party that you're talking about is not in the grade, but I've never been invited.
It's,
Me
you're
neither.
invited on the internet. You have to go to the site and.
That ain't happening.
Yeah,
Well, but
I
it's.
understand. I don't know how this would apply to that, is my question.
And that could be
An event
different
like that.
than a fundraiser with a limited guest list.
Yeah.
I
understand.
Or a club.
So maybe we need more clarification.
Yeah.
They're
We-
very different. There are a lot of different types of events out there.
You're gonna go, you pay to go.
Yeah, I mean,
How would we effectively add or detract from the verbiage inclusive where the intent of this ordinance is captured and not just everyone's part?
so I think the intent here is, number one, the zoning board shouldn't be responsible for short-term events being related to long-term uses. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. The building inspector being involved with this process, a very large event would usually, in my mind, require police review, fire approval.
Sure.
So I think maybe we would keep some of those
Okay.
amendments
Yeah.
and we could remove ones that would unintentionally make things more difficult for athletic events or gun club events,
Yeah.
any kind of similar event.
Thanks, Grant. Burgess Road, I know.
No, Howard Hill Road.
Howard Hill Road.
John,
Sorry, I don't know.
well, for organizations like gun clubs, football teams, it could be a annual permit. They could just apply once at the beginning of their season
Because
per se, and then they would have to do it again.
my understanding is that for the rec field, they go to Tammy and say, hey, we're gonna have a football game. We're gonna have
Wasn't me.
football. Because I thought that's how they went through Tammy. So for like the rec field for Captain Phillips.
So it sounds like we're really gonna think about
Yeah.
this more.
We
And
need-
you can put in exemptions like we did with other ordinances regarding
So
nonprofit,
can we
regarding.
really look at this, Grant?
Well,
We
this is
can't,
the
we could
first
go
reading,
two routes.
so-
We could really look at it, or we could kind of just forego everything about the events and only handle the manufactured homes and zoning ordinances.
I like the way you think.
I think the most important things are not having the zoning board be involved,
Okay.
getting the building
Okay.
official out of the
So-
picture. So it would be the police and fire approval for large events and anything that would wind up negatively impacting organizations that regularly hold events could be removed, or you could do something like you pay once annually, and then if there were no complaints about the event, again, it could be waived in future years. So there's a couple of ways you could go about it. We could, yeah.
But
But I'm thinking like so the high. Right, and the high school using the field. We're not gonna charge the-
Be treating it like fun days.
If we charge the high school, we would be paying more.
But this is only a first reading.
Right,
so-
so.
Decisions need to be made.
No decisions need to be made, we need to look
Well,
at it closer.
yeah. Need to look at it again, that's for sure. Everybody brings up good points.
Mrs. Ryder, did you?
Mention something like Nickel Creek, they have their concerts. Fire companies have dinners or
Mhm.
breakfasts or something like that.
bingo.
And, you know, it's not just going to be the members there. It's going to be
And I'm
outsiders
thinking
who paid
about
the
the
tickets.
young at hearts, oh my God.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
They're exempt.
No, we're not gonna charge them again.
Just for clarification, I know Grant touched upon this. The way that it's currently written is only if they require a fee for entry. So that's where it stands now, not the size of the
And
event.
that is most of the events that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
Charge fees.
They charge a fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the way it's currently written, are we supposed to go through this whole process for anybody that charges a fee for an event that's open to the public?
I don't know.
Theoretically.
Yeah, and that's essentially how all these ordinances are usually, they're on the books and people don't necessarily follow them. What I was trying to capture is big events,
Right, and,
a lot of loud music, people drinking, that kind of stuff.
yeah,
yeah.
yep,
Yeah.
and good point, but other things are
Right.
being brought up that.
Yeah,
And like David said, we're a nice council. You could get a really nasty council that would say you gotta do this.
Yeah, we're all on the same page right now,
Right,
but
Yeah.
you never know.
so, thank you. But let's look at it a little more
Yeah.
closely. Thank you. Yes, I saw him.
Okay.
But as soon as we're done we're all set. So I'm gonna do my 3 and 3.
Yes,
So,
good.
yeah, I was gonna say that.
We're-
great, I just have to do my 3 and 3 and then the Titans, and I'm gonna do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant.
Okay, so, anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? I think everybody we know where we need to go, so thank you. We're gonna close that public hearing. I see another Tri-Town Titan here. I will accept a motion to move number 4 under new business to this point.
I make that motion to move number 4 to now,
Second,
under new business.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Tammy? Do you want to come up or do you want Tri-Town to come up? We need you to come up, state your name, address, why you're here,
You got it.
the whole thing. Thank you.
Please.
My name is Nick Twistle. My address is 3 Burnt Hill Road in Hope, Rhode Island, and I'm here to represent the Tri-Town Titans. Of our Tri-Towns, that's Situate, Foster, and Gloucester. And we're here to request usage of the football field at Captain Phillips Field.
Yes.
And we would be looking to use this field probably from various dates in July, August, September, and October for mainly practices. and as a potential backup site if we lose access to Cato Field at Situate High School for Sunday home games.
So. This is where I'm in a fog right now tonight, so let's bear with me. They talk to you, they don't have to go through, fill out any forms or anything with Mrs. Dillon. So Tammy,
It was just basically to put out there that maybe if they did have a home game, they might want to put concessions in, and that's where we wanted to bring to you.
okay,
That's the only part.
Yep. So right now, our intention is to use the, I don't know if you guys heard, but the Cato Field at Situate High School
Yes.
is now available to be used again.
isn't
So
that
our-
wonderful?
It is nice. It's a little more conducive for the amount of traffic that we're going to have on a traditional Sunday of home games, because we have 5 games that will go on throughout the day. We play other towns in the state, and some towns do travel quite heavily, and there can be a lot of parking and traffic concerns that make Phillips Field not exactly ideal for that.
No.
So we'd like to use the high school location, but just as I don't think we know if there could be potential issues throughout the year. I know they're doing inspections and everything, regular inspections at Cato, and there could be the potential that our access is taken away.
Mhm.
And we would like to have Phillips as a backup field if we needed to. That way we don't have to, what happens is when we lose field access, it kind of came up a little bit last year at Pontiac because it seemed like every Sunday during our football season, we had rain
Mhm.
and the field just got crushed every single Sunday. And, what was happening is now the varsity teams at the high school, which are the priority there, and we completely understand that as a recreational league for younger kids. We were low on the priority list, so we were kind of on a week to week with the
I
rain there. So
remember that. Mhm.
we have to go outside of town and try to find places where we can get field access, and we generally have to pay fees for that. And the fees can be, quite significant depending on what town and what field we have access to. So, we're looking to, like I said, primarily we would use the field for practice purposes. But if we did lose the access to Cato Field, there could be the potential for 1 or 2 home games there. And if we did that, one of the large revenue generators for our organization is the concession and merchandise sale. And another piece of it is also we collect a gate fee, and the gate fees are used to pay for the officials. So, it's important for us to kind of be able to maintain all those things so we can maintain the financial integrity of our institution or our organization.
So this would be during the day on Sunday if,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
for July, August and September, that would also be during the day or late afternoon, early evening?
Those would be in the afternoon. Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
I guess I have
October. Yeah. Sorry, October.
I have a question for Julia. Where do we stand with the concession stands? Is there anything that we need to get? We don't have a concession stand.
Right.
So you would be bringing,
We would bring our own supplies there. Correct. Yep. So we would bring, Amelia would bring a grill, we bring our own tables, tents, etc.
Mhm.
And, we just don't want to, we don't want to impose if you guys, if the town doesn't want us to do that type of stuff at the field, it's set, then.
I
we
don't
won't
think
have
we're
it.
in opposition
Yeah.
to it. I just don't know.
I think provided that they meet all the other state requirements.
Okay.
Yeah, we have somebody
We
that's
wouldn't-
like Safe Serve certified that.
So we don't have to monitor that. They monitor themselves.
As long as they provide, the,
Okay.
the certification or the DOH.
Yep, go. We do not have a scoreboard.
Yep. So it is part of our, our league bylaws that we need to have a scoreboard. We did buy a small portable scoreboard because we're currently running a spring flag football league. And that would essentially meet the requirements of the, of our league. But just generally speaking, if there were a scoreboard there in the future, that would be helpful.
And what about lighting?
In the future, there will be.
And-
Excellent, excellent.
And the lighting,
So our games are during the day and lighting isn't essential.
but when you have your practices.
Yep. So what we would look to do is we have what we call a Saturday walkthrough practice. And I'd like to use the field predominantly on Saturdays during the fall so we could bring our teams there. So we practice at Gorham most of the time. And it's nice for us to have those walkthroughs at an actual football field, just because we go through things like special teams. So that'd be field goal and kickoff. And it's nice to use the entire field length, where at Gorham, we don't have that space to do it. So it would be nice to get out at Phillips Field and we can practice those special teams and using a regulation width and length field and goalpost, et cetera. So we would definitely, would use it on Saturdays. That would be in September and October.
Okay.
And then the July and August timeframe would just be, it would be more for just either weekend clinics or evening practices. And I think, just given the space that's there, we have 5 teams that we run. We would probably rotate the teams through there so they could have, an opportunity to use a full-length football field to get some practice in there. But
You have.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Tammy and Chief. Do we charge a fee? Who handles trash removal? And what do we do for crowd control?
Never.
Well-
Any of that at any of our meetings.
Okay, we have new ordinances now, and we're talking about bringing in large groups of outsiders into the town. So who would worry about traffic crossings in case people park in the Payne School?
I mean, if they use these.
Well, he's talking about large quantity of people and we don't have large parking.
and just to be clear, that's a potential for right now. It's just a backup site for home games.
If there's.
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
need to
Agreed,
solidify
agreed.
the rules of
Yep.
engagement before we say yes.
Very fair, yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So I want to know, how are these bullet points going to be met? Who's paying for trash removal? Is there a permit fee? Who,
Currently, DPW agree.
well, why would they agree to that? They're not, this is an addition. It's not in their budget, is it?
This is a brand new field.
That's what I mean. No, that's what I mean.
Tammy, you have to come up to the.
Timmy, that's exactly what I mean. We need to consider this if we're going to entertain the
We're not
discussion.
putting you on the spot, Tammy. It's just things that we have to consider.
Okay. Okay.
So we have to, those are the things we have to consider.
Hmm.
It can come down.
Okay.
The legal stuff, yeah.
So Tammy Steinkamp, Cucumber Hill Road. I'm not sure.
Okay, so how do we say yes or no if we don't know what we're agreeing to?
Well, we've run sports in the town before and it's just been, they come, they play and they go.
At
Like,
this-
You played at Wood.
At
Okay.
Woody, they
At
played
Wood.
baseball at Phillips.
What age children?
So we have, it would be from ages 6 through 14.
Okay, so 12, 13 and 14-year-olds, pretty big. So what's the average attendance? As you said, some of these games can get pretty large.
Yes.
500 people, 300?
I wouldn't say that. We've never really taken a full count, like.
Well, take a stab at it.
But it's game, come, go, come, go.
Yeah,
run,
right, so, exactly right, so, right, we have our youngest kids go off first, and then the slate goes on throughout the day, so parents and family members come and go throughout the day, so it's not.
Okay, so you could have 200 people in one game and 100 people in another, and now we have 300 crossing paths.
That's fair.
Okay, and we don't have crossing there to go between Payne. We didn't get a light yet, did we? I know we proposed trying to get a light.
There's a sign up for, there's a sign up for speed.
Okay,
We got signs, so just.
okay, yeah, chief, please, I'm a little concerned about this. It's a great idea, but
I tried to get a light
I know,
for flashing.
I thought you would mention.
It was pretty much, I think it was only gonna be active during school hours anyways, so even if we had a light, I don't think it would be conducive to this. However, the caveat was that DOT would install the light,
Mhm.
but they wouldn't maintain the light, so it was kind of a. And they never, they wouldn't, it,
Am I
It di-
wrong?
it-
Am
it
I
died
wrong
in-
to be concerned about the traffic and the flow of people between those parking lots?
you're not,
Okay.
you're not out of line at all.
I'm really, I love the idea and we need to do this and it's great, but we need to have all the answers to be responsible for our decisions.
So the only thing, my suggestion for traffic control, I mean, they could use the Payne School. It's a weekend, nobody's there and there's pretty good parking. I think it would be up to Tri-Town to hire a detail
I agree.
officer to
I agree.
cross traffic.
It should be a requirement.
So I mean, you could put that out, there's a detail, like a website where anybody could do it, they could come from now. It would be.
Okay.
So I think that my only concern is really not parking, I think you'd have plenty of parking, because like you said, they come and go, they come and go.
Parking on the side of the road is not.
Parking on the side of the road, we'd have to if it impeded traffic,
Mhm.
we'd have to have them move, or we'd have to have some sort of rule, but I think, I think.
I'm thinking of the grass that's on the side of the road, if they're popping on the side.
Yeah, park there.
You know,
As long as they're not impeding emergency vehicles
Right.
or the regular flow of traffic, that's fine.
You
but-
know, Chief, I'm also envisioning at least 2 large buses, one for each team. All the families that go with it.
So there's no buses, the families bring the players to the game.
Okay,
it's a
So
rec.
that's that.
Yeah.
So that's
It's not
that.
the high school.
Pop Warner doesn't have like school connections. It's just groups of people.
I think I
Thank
think it's very doable.
Oh,
but I-
sure,
That's
I'm
the
sure.
only thing that I would suggest is probably getting a detail officer for those 4 hours or whatever, how many hours.
Just for
it is
safety
there.
of the players.
Hmm?
Just for safety of the players.
absolutely.
And grandma,
liability-
grandpa,
and you know
everybody
what?
walking
And
back.
quite honestly, liability to the town.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you need a crossing person, you need a
Absolutely.
detail there,
We
and
need
and
a-
I and I
we
don't
need a
think know that we could,
professional.
I don't know that we could supply that, it's not to say that we
Like you
couldn't.
said, it's
If
on
we
the
put it
list.
out on, we
Get
could put it out.
details.
Yeah, that's the only concern I would, otherwise I think it would be a great.
We can look into it.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Your hands everywhere. I'm
Thank
gonna
you,
take
Chief.
Mr. Titan here.
Mr. Titan. Mr. Titan number 2.
You could just state your name and address, coach.
Jeff Bernia, Highland Terrace, North Situate. I'd like that we look at it in 2 separate phases. The games, yes, and I think games, yeah, we could have all the numbers we were talking about. Practices or our scrimmages, walkthroughs, like anything we're doing as a team, we would be able to limit more. We're talking like 30 to 40 kids per team. So now you're talking, you know, if it's a practice, both parents usually aren't coming. So now you're talking. Right, so I understand everything you said about the traffic flow, but I think we're limited for more of the practice type things and just utilizing it as from a Titans organization, just us, as opposed to bringing in the other teams and having other folks come in.
And coach, that's a great point. The only thing is when we say yes, I think it's all inclusive.
Okay.
We'd have to make amendments to the agreement.
Well,
We don't
there's
have-
no,
we don't have an
there's no
agreement.
agreement
It comes
and you
from
haven't made a
that.
motion yet.
Well, that's what I mean.
There's no motion yet. You can do it in 2 different motions.
I understand that completely. That's what I mean. We could fabricate or formulate the motions to include the necessity of a detail. Now, what about,
Games versus practice.
right, what about trash removal?
Yeah, that's a big thing.
That's gonna be.
If there's a cost and we have a game day, you know, where we can incur the cost of the trash removal, I mean. I don't know if that would be.
Currently, it's taking us back.
Wait.
So, can I just say one thing?
Well, if you put on your mic, you can.
I want to. Anyway, the whole tipping fee issue and all of that, we can't support tons of extra refuse. But if we could possibly like look into like a dumpster or something, because it would be cheaper long-term if it was for certain months and just whoever bore
How
the
much
cost of
trash
that.
do you have with practice?
No, it wasn't the practice when he said like they would have the tents and
Right, but that's not all the time.
the concessions, but
Right, but that's not where a backup. I understand what you're saying, and I think we do, but as we were just discussing, having 2 separate motions.
right, so in
So
that
for
motion for
practice
that,
And then,
any kind of concession activity that would, I understand what you're saying, Tammy, that the DPW has always done it, but our tipping fees when we're over the cap is something like $100 a ton or something like that. So
I just assumed that on the field there's going to be trash, right?
there's going to be,
But
there's
that's
basic
really
trash
cool.
now because people are using the walking path and they're playing basketball. There's a huge difference between having a concession with a grill and, I mean, my kids play
Bottles.
softball at a very busy field in Apponaug and I saw the trash that was there. We couldn't do something like that. But you could just get a dumpster or something. What is a dumpster for a small period of time?
The $300 or $400 a month.
but now we have the dumpster that has to be sanitized and has to be
Covered.
covered and hidden and.
Tammy, does it make sense to you what I'm saying?
Oh, those are for businesses, so we don't have to, okay, good.
We can find-
Reduce the traffic, I mean, the trash, but I didn't assume anything, because when you have a field like that, kids are gonna be on it, people are gonna be at it.
Yeah,
know?
but yeah, you're absolutely right. Great point.
So I can say.
The problem is when you have an event like a game and you set up
And there's
tents and you
lots
set
of
up
different-
tables
right.
and you're selling food and drinks.
I mean, what do we have there? Maybe 3 garbage receptacles?
Hmm.
So
Well,
that
there's
would,
nothing at the football field.
right, but even when if there were, we're not gonna fill the field with garbage receptacles. And if you have a full concession that you're running with a grill, there's a lot of garbage there. It's, you know how much garbage the food trucks draw, right? So that's once or twice a year. It's not a huge thing. It's just something to consider
Right.
during the times that you would have the concession.
So would it be unreasonable if we were to say, you take your own trash with you?
Oh, my gosh.
Beaches.
In other
At
words,
a
you have your garbage bags, you fill up your barrels and you close them up.
You
and
want
throw
to
'em
put
in the
all
pickup
that
truck.
garbage in your car?
No,
No.
I'm not having a football game and selling concessions.
Julia, go ahead.
If I could make a suggestion, these are two different things. Practice is different than being a backup to a game. It seems like you guys are more comfortable with the practice aspect of it now and maybe want to look into or research the game aspect, what the possible elements to that are. You could theoretically, if that's the pleasure of the council, approve the practice aspect of it and then withhold while you investigate the game aspect of it.
I mean, because it's still a lot to figure out.
Yeah, yeah, sounds like, it.
Right,
So
we haven't
I'm
used the
okay with
field
that,
yet.
and you guys can figure out the game stuff, like what's worth it to you.
And carry in, carry out in a practice when it's all their teams is different than
Than
carry in,
carry-
carry out when it's
A game.
full on teams of other towns.
Yeah, and you got a game and you got, yeah, no. Grant, you've been waiting patiently.
So, I mean, that's a good question.
So I guess with the traffic, I don't know what's gonna come of it, but we are in a Safe Streets for All program with RIPTA. And I mentioned to them that it would be good to have some kind of improvements to make crossing from Payne School to the rec field
Okay.
easier. So I guess we'll have updates on that moving forward. The other things I was, yeah, from RIPTA, that's a RIPTA program, yeah.
Oh, good.
So,
Good.
the majority of this use would probably be for practices is what it's
Right.
sounding like. So, at least when I was playing football growing up, we had portable lights, that we rented. I don't know if a lot of teams do that. And the other thing I was wondering is if we have a contract or whatever agreement with the Titans, we would have to specify how the field would be maintained. So kids don't roll ankles playing all the time, creating divots.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right,
So there's a lot to consider.
Yep.
But I like the idea of separating
okay.
the practice from the games and looking at the practice now, because I don't think the games, if I recall correctly, the games were a possibility.
They're
Right,
possible, it's
because
not a
you just
guarantee.
wanted backup.
Correct.
So we still have some time to iron out things, but the practice, it doesn't seem to be as much, right, but the practice doesn't seem to have a lot of trash. It doesn't have a lot of traffic, so.
No, but
I-
Grant's point about maintaining the field and keeping it.
So
Yes.
Is
you
well
can do,
taken.
you can, if you would like to, make any motion subject to a use agreement. And I can contact Tammy. We can put that together. We've done it in the past.
Makes sense? Because Grant brings up a good point, maintenance to the field.
Right. Right. I'm sorry, is there something?
It's reasonable to use it. I mean, it's there to use
I
it.
was just gonna say, if you're not gonna charge a fee, why would you offer them like all these concessions? We're gonna maintain the field at a certain level.
Right, well, that's what David was
Yeah,
saying,
that's
Grant
what she's
pointed
saying,
that
yeah.
out, so, yes.
No,
I
not
mean-
us. I know.
You're saying they would maintain,
Well,
they're not gonna maintain.
No.
An agreement,
Wow.
so
Yeah,
like
right.
Tammy's,
We have to-
like Julia said, an agreement.
Yeah, we have to have a more.
So I'll
formal
accept the
agreement.
motion at this time.
I make a motion, we grant the Titans the ability to use the field as proposed for practices,
Subject to.
Subject to
a
use agreement.
use agreement, sorry.
Second.
Discussion. Does that work for you guys?
Yeah. so-
Yes, absolutely.
For now,
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, and any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, good luck.
and you know
Thank
what, Tammy, I feel more comfortable with the DPW knowing what they're getting into too. having
I
their
mean, there's a
input.
lot to figure out, isn't it?
Yeah,
Better-
they've got more in tune to the property and the trash and they know a little bit more.
Okay.
What to expect.
We finished our discussion. I'm sorry. I'm in a miserable mood.
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'm
Thank you.
excited
Yeah,
to see
thank
the
you.
field
It's good to,
used.
We are
good to
too.
see you guys. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thanks.
Best of luck.
So we're set now. Grant,
You're up again, buddy.
you're
Front
up
deck.
again. This is the second hearing on the animals. So it has been advertised in the past through the Valley Breeze. And could we just have one conversation, please? I know I'm cranky, but. So let's, Grant, this is the one that we talked about last meeting in regards to it being, DEM and their regulations. So that's where we are.
Yeah, so, yeah, everything under chapter 8, sections 8-1 through 8-18 is exactly what's written in the DEM livestock
sorry.
welfare.
Could you, thank you, Tammy, could you take
Oh, yeah,
it?
sorry.
Thank you.
So everything through
Everybody.
everything through sections 8-1 through section 8-18, these are the DEM livestock welfare regulations. My understanding is even agricultural operations under right to farm still have to follow DEM regulations. Commercial operations under right to farm, agricultural operations, they would not have to follow local health and safety regulations necessarily if those were imposed by the council. So we could go one of two ways. We could just post this on the town website, or we could put these into the code of ordinances. Nothing would change here. I think the reason why we should make people aware of this are for people who might move to Foster and want to begin to keep livestock. People who have already kept livestock would probably already be familiar with these regulations.
Okay, so that being said, I'm gonna open the public hearing. This is the second, hearing, so the council will be voting on it at this time, tonight, if we choose to. There was quite a bit of discussion about this last time, and as Grant pointed out, there were two options, either putting it on our website. Grant and I spoke about that this week and how it could get lost on our website, or putting it in our ordinances. And then what was brought out the last meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, because is that people don't assume that we're enforcing it. It goes right to DEM enforcing it. Okay, that it's not our animal control officer, it's DEM that gets notified about these very things. Am I correct, Mrs. Dillon?
I remember that.
Yeah, that's correct. And the town doesn't really do anything. The town just says, okay, DEM's regulations are in Foster's code. The procedure is exactly the same as it always is.
Okay, which is, Mrs. Dillon, that somebody calls you or calls the police.
Call the animal control.
You're not on yet.
I'll call the animal control and I'll also notify
Do
DEM.
they call you or do they call the police? Because I know I've called the police in the past.
Some have called me in the past. I don't know.
Okay.
I've only gotten a couple. So
Okay. All right.
For animal control, wildlife is DEM. Your dog, your cat, your horse, your cow is not DEM. Ever. It's only wildlife. So if there's a wreck,
So,
that's wildlife. There's a,
no, abuse.
oh,
like-
abuse. I thought you said a goose. I did. I swear to God, I thought you said a goose.
I know people that have
Abuse
nieces.
is not DEM. It's ASPCA. Abuse is, it's ASPCA. It's not DEM. Unless you were abusing a wild animal or keeping wild animals, then you would be going with and even if it was a non-domesticated animal, ASPCA would get involved, and they could even go to the federal level or DEM. But DEM, you know, when you call the police station and a deer has been hit on,
Right,
and
but
it's
what this is about livestock.
That's right. So
It's
that's
a-
domesticated. That's why I stood up, because it's domesticated. They're not, the livestock, if it's a rhinoceros livestock, then that's different. But but the livestock that we're talking about is cows and horses and pigs and those are domesticated-ish animals.
So you would be called for that.
We would maybe get the initial, you might get the initial
Yeah.
call, then we would get the call, and maybe an investigation would ensue, and then we would determine if animal control would be, and then, or ASPCA had to go out.
Yeah.
And to do a more in-depth investigation.
Okay.
We
Grant,
still would. With what? You're
Grant,
chomping
I'm
at the
not-
bit,
What,
Grant?
no, I'm not, I get, maybe I misunderstood what Grant was saying, or Grant. you
maybe
have a
I did
different
too.
view?
So I'm not an expert on livestock welfare, but what I can tell you is section 8-18 enforcement. It comes directly from Rhode Island Code of Regulations. And what it says is for livestock welfare, any employee of the Department of Environmental Management, Division of Agriculture, and DEM, Division of Law Enforcement, is empowered and authorized to enforce any of the provisions in the livestock welfare rules and regulations. So to me, that says somebody from DEM is responsible for enforcing the regulations. How they become aware of some kind of violation of the livestock welfare regulations, I don't exactly know, but it says it right from Rhode Island Code of Regulations. DEM has some role in enforcement. They're empowered to enforce them.
So as it reads, they're empowered to initiate an investigation. But in all my years of doing this, I've never seen DEM get involved in an animal abuse situation. And I've seen many, many, many for all different types of animals. So I'm not saying that that's wrong. I just think that that's just not followed. That's not popular, or that's not,
No,
they
that's not
usually
the
go.
normal conventional flow.
They usually go with the
because when
ASPCA
we
and
see-
your local animal control people.
We've just been through a case where my wife was telling me about a person who was had a herd of horses, let's say. 20 horses that were not being cared for. They were malnourished. They were not being fed and cared for. Some were very sickly. Who comes in and scoops them up?
Well, I investigated something similar as a trooper, and I made the determination that an investigation must be done. I initiated it. Then I contacted Ernie Finocchio, God rest his soul, from ASPCA, and they had to come in and determine what the crimes were, if so to speak. And they're very lenient. Very lenient. And shelter, food, and water must be provided in some of these instances. The bare minimum of all. And so, and then if a crime has been committed, then the ASPCA, then the Rhode Island general laws come in where a person would be charged or people would be charged with cruelty or whatever it would be.
So Chief and Grant and Denise, and for the interest of this hearing right now, to take a vote later on, would it be fair to just say that we'll let the process stand as the state presents it, and as it plays out in real life, we'll call it a drop a dime. Somebody drops a dime, they call town hall, they call the police chief. We can figure it out then, and who's going to handle the actual enforcement of that ordinance or law. Can we do that? Is that safe?
That's not a question. The ordinance isn't providing the town authority to do anything. It's
I know
merely
that.
just
I know
parroting.
that. What I'm saying, in the interest of taking a vote, does it matter what the flow process is? And we
Yes.
should just adopt what they've written.
Nothing is changing. The regulations that are in place right now are the regulations that are proposed. It's just making people aware that the regulations exist. So we're having a discussion about something that it's handled the way it's handled, and it will still be handled that way.
That's what I figured.
This is just more, he's got his documentation stating,
Yep.
I'm giving you just.
Real life.
Yeah, and I'm just giving
Giving you an additional,
Yeah, you're giving your
what
Expert opinion.
what I've done,
Okay.
you know, and,
Makes sense.
and other agencies that could and would be involved.
So my concern is who does handle it? Because now if we're adopting these ordinances and no DEM doesn't, our animal control does, Mrs. Ryder's chomping. Come at Mrs. Ryder. I'll hold my thoughts.
I think Grant's saying it'll just continue the way it is.
Only,
Play out.
only because we might be talking about the same incident where there was a group of animals. And I'm very friendly with the rescuers. And it was DEM who came in. In fact, they're keeping the process, making sure that this individual they're only supposed to be allowed X number of animals now. So they could keep checking. So, I mean, maybe it's because it's livestock. Maybe there's a differentiation between livestock and dogs, cats.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Potbelly pigs.
Makes sense, right?
I don't know.
Sir, you want to come up and speak? Go ahead.
I can say in practice, they do joint investigations.
Oh, yeah.
The situation that just happened in Hopkinton with the illegal backyard breeding was both the SPCA and DEM.
Good point.
Sorry. My name is Eli Berkowitz and I'm on Cucumber Hill Road and I am concerned about these rules and regulations went through DEM and I was on a committee with a number of other people that put these rules and regulations into place. So I'm a firm supporter of DEM, the Ag Department, supporting it. I understand what the police chief is saying. There's certain circumstances, dogs, cats, that someone's got 20 animals. I'm more concerned about me with a commercial egg operation. That to me is a DEM, Department of Agriculture, because you don't know who's going to call about anything and drop a dime for some
Right.
ridiculous thing.
Okay.
So I think it goes through a number of different channels. The police might be called on one thing when someone's got 20 dogs in their house, 10 cats, whatever it is. But I think DEM always gets involved somehow besides ASPCA that takes a look at it and stuff. So I just look,
Good point.
who's
Thank you.
enforcing it? Thank you.
And I agree, like, it may be DEM and it may be, and I don't know the answer to this, it may be quantity as well. Because I've been called specifically from ASPCA saying, Gino, we need 2 horses taken off a property. Can you take them? We're investigating a cruelty case as a foster. And that was not DEM. It was, so I don't know if it's in, like, you know, if it's a herd of cows or if it's a herd of horses. So I think probably all agencies are.
It's like case specific.
I
Animal
agree.
specific.
I agree. I
Work
agree.
together,
I
right?
agree. Yeah, I agree. Thanks. Go ahead.
It's also whoever has the available body to go
Yeah.
out there.
They're
both-
That's
They're
why they
both
would call-
understaffed.
That's why they would call
entities,
her and
so
ask her. Right.
Whoever has the available body.
Go ahead, Brent.
I don't have anything more on that,
Okay,
but there is another section.
yes.
Okay,
That's
so.
why I'm saying, go ahead.
Okay, so section 12-137 is definitions under the businesses chapter. And the definition for hawker is written as any person selling or offering for sale any goods, wares, or merchandise whatsoever, including food, any food or beverage on any public street, highway, or public right of way in the town from a stationary location where the point of purchase is located on personal private property. The last part of the last sentence, where the point of purchase is located on personal private property, that's not found in the state's definition for a hawker, and neither is the word whatsoever. So those are proposed to be removed. The definition for peddler, any person selling or offering for sale any goods, wares, or merchandise whatsoever except food from a vehicle, cart, or any other conveyance which is not stationary. The words whatsoever except food are not written in the Rhode Island General Law definition for a peddler. Rather, the word subject to Rhode Island General Law, section 5-11-1.1C, which is related to mobile food establishments, that is written in there. And to my understanding, the reason why that's in there is because a mobile food establishment needs to have a motor, and a peddler could have a push cart where they can sell food, but they wouldn't be a mobile food establishment because the push cart doesn't have a motor. So what we would propose is that we just follow the state's definitions. And as well, the temporary mass gathering, we didn't define it in this section, but the state has a definition for it. So this is all just coming into compliance with the state's definitions.
Thank you. Any questions regarding any of these ordinances?
No
Thank-
consent.
Well,
No consent.
I'm going to do my 3 and 3. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Hearing none, I'm closing the public hearing regarding these ordinances. What is the pleasure of the council? Do you have any questions for Grant while he's here?
I think you did a good job explaining it for me.
What is the pleasure of the council?
I make a motion, we accept the ordinance changes and additions as written and proposed.
Second. Okay. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Mr.
Thank you,
Berkowitz, I
Grant.
didn't realize, thank you, Grant. If you don't mind, can we take another movement? Thank you. Mr. Berkowitz, I didn't realize you were sitting here waiting for us. I'm assuming you're waiting for the resolution that Heidi put forward. Okay. I would accept a motion at this time to move number 8 under new business resolution supporting extending the transition to cage-free chickens.
So moved.
Point.
Second.
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
So it's a lengthy one.
Want me to read it?
If you want to read it, I have a hard.
I would.
I know it's in. I read it today.
I'm having a bad day because Denise is. Like, come on.
Town of Foster, Rhode Island, resolution of the Foster Town Council supporting extending the transition to cage-free chickens. That the town of Foster, a town, adopts a resolution as follows. Whereas the town of Foster Town Council pursuant to the town of Foster charter is vested with the authority of administering the affairs of the town of Foster for the benefit of its residents and businesses, and whereas Henry and Miriam Berkowitz pursued the American dream, arriving in New York City as immigrants in Europe after World War II in 1949. And whereas Henry Berkowitz believed in working hard to support his family while doing so with the smell of green grass and abundance of fresh air and open fields. And whereas the Berkowitz family found a home in the town of Foster, where they opened the Berkowitz Egg Farm in August 1955. And whereas Eli Berkowitz, now called the farm Little Rhodey Foods, LRF Inc., which has been a corporate resident of Foster located at 67 Cucumber Road, Foster, and whereas as a result of their hard work, strong ambition, and impeccable customer service, the company has grown to be the largest employer in Foster and the biggest distributor of eggs in southern New England. And whereas Little Rhodey Foods, Inc. partners with charitable organizations for a variety of causes, most recently collaborating with the Joe Andruzzi Foundation to raise money from sales of the large-sized Little Rhodey natural eggs to help cancer patients and their families with non-medical expenses. And whereas Little Rhodey Foods, Inc. distributes local products, including but not limited to Little Rhodey natural eggs and Little Rhodey Egg Farm eggs. Bell's lemonade, 16-ounce glasses, 53-ounce refrigerated, 12-ounce sparkling. Autocrat coffee syrups, including coffee, tea, and iced cappuccino, Twin Oaks pasta and marinara sauce, Wright's Farm Restaurant pasta sauce, frozen chicken pies, and fudge sauce on the side. Rhode Island hot and mild sauce. Gio's Trio sauce from Bella's Restaurant. I didn't mean. D.E. Vine salad dressings from Rachel's Table, New York System Wiener sauce, Shree Bark granola, Down East coffee, Iggy's Clam Cake, Chowder, Fish Batter, Chopped Clams, etc., Pat's Italian Sauce, Tomato Basil, Marchetti's Italian American House Dressing, Drum Rock, Clam Cake, Buttermilk Pancake, Spicy Fry Mix, Federal Hill Foods, Pasta and Marinaras, Granny Squibs, Sally's Iced Tea Products, etc., Torino's Stuffed Cherry Peppers and Pepper Salad, Batchet Farms Maple Syrup, and whereas Little Rhodey uses other local small businesses to pack and manufacture its products, and whereas Little Rhodey Foods supplied eggs and other foods during the COVID pandemic at low cost throughout the state of Rhode Island. Whereas prior to the pandemic in 2018, Rhode Island passed a law outlawing banning battery cages for egg-laying hens in July 2026. And whereas the conversion to cage-free chickens by egg farms is taking much longer than anticipated because of the burdensome costs of the conversion, and whereas with unprecedented inflation, Rhode Islanders cannot afford the higher prices of cage-free eggs to feed their families. And whereas Senate Bill 2150 and House Bill 7946 have been introduced to extend the date for egg-laying hens to be cage-free for commercial egg production until 2034. And whereas the American Veterinarian Medical Association found that barn-raised cage-free chickens suffer from poor air quality and had more injuries and more disease than caged hens. Whereas there are many benefits to caging egg-laying hens with the newly discovered avian flu outbreak, since the cages keep the hens separate from their waste and it's easier to keep them from contracting diseases and viruses. And whereas it is the desire of the Forster Town Council to declare its support of Senate Bill 2150 and House Bill 7946 for the protection of our small businesses, as well as consumers who benefit from their food production and distribution throughout the state of Rhode Island. Now, therefore, it is resolved that the Forster Town Council affirms its support for extending the date for the requirement of egg-laying hens to be cage-free for commercial egg production until 2034. Be it further resolved that the Forster Town Council is directing a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the following for their similar support and due consideration. The Honorable K. Joseph Shekarchi, Speaker of the House, State of Rhode Island. The Honorable Dominic Ruggiero, President of the Senate, State of Rhode Island. The Honorable Daniel McKee, Governor, State of Rhode Island. The Honorable State Representative Joe Solomon, House Corporations Committee. The Honorable State Senator Elena DiMario, Senate Committee on Environment and Agriculture. The Honorable State Senate Gordon Rogers. The Honorable State Representative Michael Chippendale, approved by vote of the Forster Town Council on this 11th day of April 2024, whereto the following bear witnesses, and it will be by Susan M. Dillon, Town Clerk, Forster Town Council, Denise L. DeFranco, President.
What is the pleasure of the council?
I make a motion to approve the resolution as printed.
Second.
Discussion.
I'm glad.
I'm hungry.
Hearing none.
No.
Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mrs. Jill and I signed yesterday. You have it. Mr. Berkowitz, would you like a copy of this? I didn't sign it, but you can have it.
Already been signed.
It's already been signed, so
Appreciate it.
thank you. We appreciate you.
Yes, we do.
That's for sure. Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Good luck.
Next time, raise your hand and say, hey,
next time, bring some food.
thank you.
Bye.
Whatever you bring.
Bye.
I
Thank
didn't
you.
realize you had all of that there.
We're not picky.
It was for us to survive what's called state. Have a purpose to scale on saying what we just need to survive.
And where do you sell it right there on the farm?
Oh, we sell the supermarket, so
Oh.
I can tell you something unhealthy, something healthy, or something. So we sell the supermarket chains like
Yes.
Walmart, we also do Atlas, Providence College, University, BC. We do Patriots and some items now in Boston, that's not. We kind of spread out.
That's great. Do you supply Groundwater Cafe on Route 116, 102?
I'm glad you're supporting the Andrewsy Foundation. I work that every year. They're really doing good work. Thank
so
you.
much. Continued success.
Okay, so now we're back to public hearing. This is our second one, second hearing on business. Correct, Grant?
If it is, then
Or is this, I'm never quite sure how it's listed as second hearing. Is it
It is.
second hearing or is it the second one to be heard tonight?
That's the second in business. You're right.
Two second hearings listed on this agenda. It is a second reading, though. You
It
can,
is the second
you can
reading.
vote on
Okay.
this.
Thank you. So this is,
I don't have that material printed because I'm not sure exactly why. Let me see if I have it somewhere. I probably had it in my head that Julia made amendments, so I don't have that printed.
okay, do we have?
This isn't the one Julia did?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a combination.
okay,
It's in our,
thank you.
it's in our.
It's mobile food establishment. The business is 12-162.
We've got it in Sugar's thing.
Second hearing, business, section 12-162, license issues, fees, limitations. Okay.
Would
so-
Julia be able to present it?
Yes,
Okay,
Julia, can you?
That's fine. Yeah, the fee stuff too.
yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, so Julia, could we have one conversation going on at a time? Julia is presenting it. Thank you.
So this is an ordinance that we talked about, the food trucks, in order for their event permit, they previously had to get, had to have a hearing in front of the town council with notice given by publication due to it's some issues we've had in the past where there have been some miscommunications. The council requested that amendments be made to alleviate the public hearing aspect of it. So the change language is that it's just a public meeting with notice given by regular mail to all abutters within 200 feet of the property where the event is to be held at least 3 weeks ahead of the meeting. That looks like most of this is the same. And then proof of notice shall be in the form of an affidavit of notice. And I believe that affidavit of notice, I did email, I think it was in SugarSync for last meeting. I don't know if it's in SugarSync tonight. But it's essentially the same as the form affidavit of notice for, say, a zoning board application, where it just says, I did send out these notifications, you know, to the abutters within 200 feet. It lists what the application's for, et cetera. And then the planning board submitted proposed changes to the fee structure. We had a minimum and a maximum fee. So instead, they're proposing that there just be a flat out fee. So the flat fee for hawkers would be $100. The flat fee for peddlers would be $100. For mobile food establishments, it would be $50 for a single food truck, or if you are applying for 2 or more licenses for food trucks, it would be $25 per food truck. And then the event permit be the flat fee of $300, and the temporary mass gathering permit be the flat fee of $300.
The public hearing is open. Does anyone have any questions regarding this ordinance? Ask it now.
Tammy Steinkamp, Cucumber Hill Road. Does the food truck, do the food trucks, are they considered a mass gathering?
It's an event permit,
So just an event permit?
unless it's going to be more than 200
500.
people.
Is it 500 people?
It's 500 people for
Okay.
2 hours or more, I believe.
Okay, so we don't, yeah, all right. Just
So,
wanted to clarify
yeah,
that.
so it would be the event permit
Okay.
aspect, but a lot of times if they need a mass gathering, they would also need an event permit, and it's just a combined
Okay,
situation.
okay, that's good.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions or concerns from the audience? This is our second public hearing on this, or second reading on this. I'm going to do my 3 and 3. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Hearing none, I'm closing the public hearing. What is the pleasure of the council?
I make a motion, we accept the ordinance hearing businesses, section 12-162 as proposed or presented.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Grant.
So, Julia.
Julia too. Sorry, Julia.
So
Thank you,
now
Julia.
it's the third hearing, which means this is where I get confused. It's the second reading of this hearing. These are the animals, chapter 8, and zoning, chapter 38. So this is the second reading of this.
Yes, we skipped over them at the last meeting. So it's the
Okay.
third time it's appeared on an agenda,
okay.
the second time it's being discussed.
That's right. This was one of the ones that we had, because the last meeting went so long, we had,
Because of that.
right. So, that being said, it has been advertised. We're opening up this hearing. This is our second reading of this, so we may vote on it. Grant.
Okay, so the first section is 8-217, application for initial issuance. These are regarding kennel licenses. We have Class A and Class B kennel licenses. A Class A kennel license is a breeding kennel, and a Class B license is a boarding kennel. Under Rhode Island general law, the town clerk of any town is responsible for issuing breeding kennel licenses. So currently, what Foster has on the books is that there's a public hearing for breeding kennels and also for boarding kennels. But because a kennel is a business, the hearing would take place as a development plan review in front of the planning board if a structure was to not be expanded, or a minor land development if a structure keeping the dogs was to be expanded. So what's being proposed here is the town clerk would notify the planner of an application for a breeding kennel, and then the town planner would schedule a development plan review or a minor land development, whichever is applicable, in front of the planning board. Then following a planning board approval, a Class A kennel license would be issued by the town clerk. And following a planning board approval, a Class B kennel license would be issued by the town council. I think Foster really only has Class B kennel licenses to my knowledge, but we could at some point get an application for a Class A. Section 8-218. The same concept applies. A Class A license, if the planning board determines that through their review, the development plan review or a minor land development is approved, and the town clerk as well, following the planning board's recommendation, deems that the kennel and use and operation of that kennel at the location would not constitute a public nuisance, the town clerk issues the kennel license authorizing the owner or keeper of the kennel to open the kennel, and they would need to pay a license fee of $25. For renewals, there would be no planning board review involved, either for a Class A or a Class B kennel license. So an annual renewal would just have to be determined that there have been no complaints, it's not a public nuisance, and the clerk would be able to issue a Class A kennel license after an application fee of $25 was paid. For Class B kennel licenses, the same procedure applies. Only initially, the planning board would have to review and approve. After that planning board approval was issued in the following years, the town council would just have to deem that still that this kennel is not constituting a public nuisance. The application fee under Rhode Island general law is $50 for Class B kennel licenses. And for both Class A and Class B kennel licenses, the license period does not exceed 1 year and it expires in April, on the first day of April. And all funds received, apparently through Rhode Island general law, are credited to the dog fund of the town. So anyone without a kennel license who establishes or keeps a kennel is fined $5 per day, or anything not exceeding $5 for each day that they're illegally operating a kennel.
Thank you.
Okay, so section 8-19 is notice of hearing. There's no hearing required under Rhode Island General Law 41310, which is boarding kennels, or 419.6, or excuse me, 41310 is breeding kennels, or 419.6 boarding kennels. So if there was to be a hearing, it would be at the planning board stage. The planning board is authorized to waive that hearing, or if they figure that noise could be an issue, essentially, they could have the hearing, abutters would be notified. And again, we also have section 8-220 for a hearing. The same thing applies to planning board. If there was noise that could be a concern, they would hold the hearing at that point.
If you guys vote to approve these, I would just ask that any ordinance numbers that there are removals that you just reserve. Just make that part of the motion, please.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so section 8-224 revocation. So because under Rhode Island general law, the town clerk issues breeding kennel licenses, they would also have the authority to revoke that license if something went on and the kennel was deemed to be a public nuisance. Class B kennel licenses, the council issues them, so the council would also have the authority to revoke such a license. And that would be if the use of that kennel constitutes a public nuisance, or the license is in violation of any of the provisions of the article covering kennels. And if somebody's license is revoked, they need to be notified by mail.
Thank you.
So moving on to zoning, section 38-36, enforcement of chapter. All that's being proposed here is copying the last two sentences of Rhode Island General Law 45-24-54, which is administration and enforcement of the zoning ordinance. This is an administration procedure. Basically, we don't list in Foster's code the procedure for the zoning enforcement officer issuing a zoning certificate. So the way it reads in Rhode Island general law is, in order to provide guidance or clarification, the zoning enforcement officer or agency, upon written request, shall issue a zoning certificate or provide information to the requesting party as to the determination by the enforcement officer within 15 days of the written request. In the event that no written response is provided within that time, the requesting party has the right to appeal to the zoning board for that determination.
Thank you.
So section 38-285, these are our development standards for drive-through uses, and the proposal here is to amend subsection B, which says any accessory drive-through window shall be properly located within the parking and circulation plan to avoid any effect on traffic, and in no case shall a drive-through window be located on any building facade which faces a public street. So we think that the planning board thinks that a drive-through should be able to face a public street, and subsection A covers stacking requirements. You need to have adequate or sufficient space for on-site stacking. So the concern would be cars backing up into the road rather than where the drive-through window is placed.
Understood.
Thank you.
So section 38-290, regulations pertaining to animals. So currently we have in our code, no special use permit shall be granted unless a waste management and removal plan is first filed with the planning board. And that's for when you keep over 35 animals on your property. So what's proposed here is for animals exceeding 35 on 5 acres, a waste management and removal plan shall be submitted to the building official. And for kennels, no land development approval, whether that's a development plan review or a minor land development for a kennel could be issued unless a waste management removal plan is filed with the planning board before or in conjunction with the application for the land development submission. And no renewal of a kennel license would be able to be granted unless we still had a waste management removal plan on file. So commercial operations under right to farm would be exempt from these regulations. The council has the authority to enact health and safety regulations, and I think it's a good environmental practice to do so it could be enforced where applicable. So basically a kennel would always have to tell us what they were doing with the waste. If you had a commercial farm, you could disregard the council's rules under the Right to Farm Act.
Go ahead.
Question.
Yep.
But because, okay, so this is, I'm thinking there's a contradiction, or does the state mandate a waste management process on its own, a standalone? So when you say the council is powers removed in that particular circumstance, what takes over? Is there anything that takes over?
I'm not sure if
Because a commercial business would mean more than 35 animals.
So I'm not sure what would take over.
Okay.
There isn't an exact procedure at the state level that I'm aware of for waste removal, but I have Right to Farm printed out.
So
An agricultural operation is any commercial enterprise that has its primary purposes some type of agriculture. So then another section of Right to Farm says no city or town ordinance adopted under local health regulations shall be enforced against any agricultural operation. So that's under Right to Farm. And the council has the authority under health and safety regulation section of Rhode Island general law to make any rules and regulations that the council deems necessary to regulate regulate and control the construction, location, and maintenance of all places for keeping animals. And they may provide for procedures for the removal of those structures. Also, they can make any rules and regulations prescribing the time and manner of removing manure from those places and animals going across roads. So the way I'm interpreting this, unless there's a case that would otherwise prove what is the text in front of me to be wrong, any agricultural operation is exempt from local health and safety regulations under Right to Farm.
okay, so help me as a layperson to understand. I thank you for your reading because it makes sense to me. But what doesn't make sense is if I have 35 animals, I have restrictions imposed. If I have 5,000 chickens, I have none. I have no, the town of Forster has, as that's written, we have no jurisdiction unless we adopt under the second provision specific rules to protect the town and the residents. If somebody has 500 cows, 5,000 chickens, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense that there's no jurisdiction that takes over the oversight from what you just read.
If somebody has 35 animals and they aren't a commercial operation, the council does have the authority to enforce this. If somebody has 35 animals and they are a commercial operation, the council under Right to Farm has no authority to enforce it.
Department of Business Regulation or whatever, would they take over with certain rules?
The state and the feds have the authority, depending on the size of the commercial operation. The dormant commerce clause of the US Constitution might come into effect, which would mean that the feds have control over that. But that doesn't say that state and feds can't create regulations. It just says municipalities don't have the authority to oversee the commercial aspect of it.
One last question to help me understand. I'll put it in simple terms. I have 5,000 chickens. I'm a commercial business. I don't maintain my manure correctly. My neighbors are complaining. Who is the power having jurisdiction to handle the dispute?
All I know is not the town.
The state.
Thank you. I understand. Yeah, I get you. It doesn't make sense to me, but thank you. I guess it doesn't come up often.
I can think of one case where it did. Section 38-301, is that what we're on now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. So there is a section of Rhode Island General Law, vested rights, subsection D in the zoning enabling act says that you need to set a time frame for an approved project to be constructed. And we've done that. We've used the state building codes timeframes and plug them into the zoning ordinance. So basically what we're saying here is if somebody needs an extension, it could be reasonably granted by the permitting authority that issued the approval. So if you can't meet the timetable for some reason, you could apply to have that extended and that could be granted.
That's completely customary today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You want to make a move?
First, we gotta do our 3-3 and then have,
Go ahead. Sarah.
thank you.
You've done great so far. Thank you for that.
That brings us to the point of my 3-3, so anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances,
I just have a question.
you have to come up. Name and address.
Adam Dacko, 119A Central Pike. I just have a question. To constitute a kennel, how many animals must it be?
I don't think it's a number, I think it's,
It's 4 fewer, so no more than 4.
All right, thank you.
but is it the number or is it also the operation itself? I know what you're talking about.
So my understanding is a boarding kennel would be keeping no more than 4 animals that are not owned by you, which then get returned.
Okay,
If they're not owned by you.
not
Right.
owned by you.
Yeah, so you could have 100 dogs and that's fine, but if you have 5 and you're keeping they're someone else's, then that constitutes a kennel.
How about a breeding kennel?
A breeding kennel, you don't have to get a kennel license. It's optional. Say you had a ton of dogs and it would be more expensive for you to license each dog individually. You could go for a breeding kennel license and that might save you money. At least that's my understanding.
Okay.
DEM also governs who has licenses to breed. You have to have a DEM license in order to breed dogs. So that's a whole other oversight authority.
Okay, thank you. Anyone, I'm on number 2 now. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? I'm going to close this public hearing. I'll open up to the council. Do you have any questions or concerns to bring out? No, I will accept a motion at this time.
Oh, I'd like to know if you guys are willing to, Grant, would it be appropriate to say, can we kick back to you guys at planning 38-290 regulations pertaining to animals for waste management? Should we consider adopting something now for large farms, waste management, like you said, under the second auspice, like that, the second proposal that you made was that there is a certain caveat to that waste removal for farms, the Right to Farm Act. We can adopt a safety standard. Is it too much to ask that we look at that as a planning board to say, we don't want to have 500 cows with no waste management system in place?
You can certainly vote in favor or against any of these
I understand that,
proposals, but to bring that back to the planning board, we would come up with something that, again, the council ultimately could make a rule as the local health and safety regulations in Rhode Island general law state, but the municipality would have no way to enforce the health and safety regulations against that big commercial operation.
It'd be the state.
So
That's what
Julia,
Julia had said in the state.
And I wouldn't want
1,000
to,
chickens, we can't do anything about the
If it
waste
is,
management.
if it is commercial, you have zero authority to enforce
Okay,
any
good.
regulation.
I
they
wouldn't want to
pass.
do anything to hurt the ones that are left.
Right. Mhm.
Well, that's if you didn't live next to 5,000 chickens who let the manure
yeah,
pile,
and
and
if
that was
they-
no requirement.
That's why
If they
I,
were there before you moved there, then they were there and you knew
Right.
they were there.
so.
That's a farmer's.
So I
view.
think that the proposal that is in front of us would be a local health regulation that can be enforced. And it's
By
a
the
good
state.
idea. Well, it can be enforced where an agricultural operation is not commercial. And so it's a good environmental practice for that to be in place. But again, the town has no authority if the operation's commercial.
This would be like what do you call it, a straw or something? We would be a paper tiger. We'd have no power anyway.
Right.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion.
Remember to include the removable portion, so, okay.
I make a motion that we approve as presented, section 8-217, application for initial issuance, section 8-218, contents of the application, section 8-219, notice of hearing, section 8-220, hearing, section 8-224, revocation, section 38-36, enforcement of chapter, and section 38-285, development standards for drive-through uses, section 38-290, regulations pertaining to animals, and section 38-301, construction timetable.
Second.
Can you withdraw your second really quick? We have to add to
I-
that motion.
I withdraw my second.
Thank you. And reserve the ordinance numbers for any ordinances that that are being removed.
Which ordinances are being removed?
219 and 220.
Recommendation to remove, recommendation to remove.
Sorry,
That's.
Carol, now you can second.
thank you.
Oh, you did it?
Yeah.
Silently. I second.
Sign language.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye. Thank you,
Opposed?
Cheryl.
Yeah.
You got it, Mrs. Dillon? Okay.
You're very-
Moving on to, this is the first reading of this hearing. Am I correct, Grant? This is in regards to organization?
This has come up at previous meetings. It was not placed on the agenda at the last meeting. This was what we were all disagreeing about in terms of a recording secretary for the planning
Oh,
board.
yes.
I've amended the proposal.
Oh, okay. So this is an ordinance, it's not part of the charter that says you have to have 2 meetings?
There's nothing in the charter for the planning board that says how many meetings per month they need to hold.
Okay,
And the ordinance itself has always said one.
okay.
Is always what?
It's always said 1? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Grant.
So we've
Oh,
removed,
wait. This has been advertised
Yes.
and go ahead, Grant.
so we've removed the proposal for a recording secretary. What I've done here is simply amend language to read the way Rhode Island General Law 4522(5)(a) reads, which is the planning board shall organize by electing a chairperson, a vice chairperson, and a secretary. The planning board may, rather than shall, adopt any procedural rules deemed necessary to the discharge of its duties. And so what this is saying is the planning board, it wouldn't make any sense for us to do this, but the planning board could say, well, it's not an ordinance, but we have a rule that says we want a recording secretary. And at this point, we can't, we don't have the financial means to do that. So I don't think the planning board's going to do that, but it is their right under state law to do so. The most important change here is just that the ordinance has always said the planning board meets once per month. I'm proposing that we say the planning board can meet at least once per month. So you could meet more if necessary, but we are trying to go back to one planning board meeting per month because it's been a lot the past year.
You've done a lot the
I
past year.
know, you really have. Okay. So you may. Again, you heard tonight's discussion. It's a budgetary.
Yeah,
Okay. And we can't go over budget. Right, so, okay.
I make a motion to accept the section 24-35 organization as printed.
Second.
Discussion,
Thank you, Grant.
hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
I didn't do my 3-3. Is there anybody who wants to speak in favor?
Oh.
Anybody wants to speak in favor? Anybody wants to speak in favor? Anyone who is opposed? Anyone who? Did I? Okay. All right, so I close that public hearing. The motion has been made, seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, thank you. Could we just take a moment?
Oh, you please.
Moment of silence?
Well, I'm not sure how silent it will be.
Denise.
I'll be right back.
You're not bored by 3 times, let's take a moment.
All right, what else we got? Oh, turn the mics off, guys. Come on, silence.
Come on.
You're on.
Okay.
Ready?
So, next, thank you. I want to thank Grant and the planning board for doing,
Yeah.
my gosh.
Ah.
Oh, my gosh,
Here
they've
we
been
go
going
again,
on and on.
yeoman's job.
And I want to thank us for
Tolerating it.
going through with it. So,
I want to thank Lynn.
so, police building update. We have not had a meeting. Evidently Gordy and Joe Walsh have been discussing with Ross, Rose, and a couple of other people about the building. But we did apply for an appropriations funds from Senator Reed. Kelly did quite a bit. There were letters written. I'm hopeful, considering Senator Reed's office called and said, we don't see an application from you for the police station.
Wink, wink.
So I was like, oh, well, I didn't know that we could. And so we did. So I'm hopeful, since they called and they knew it wasn't there, that maybe
3 weeks ago?
last week.
Last week? No, 2 weeks ago.
Cool. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Tammy.
Bye, Tammy.
About, yeah, about, no, it was Wednesday.
That's encouraging.
It was Wednesday, and Chris Albert from his office called and said, I don't see an application from you. And
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I asked when. I wasn't sure.
yeah, this is because the million is from the state.
Okay.
So now we were looking for more from the federal, and Senator Reed, as I said, Chris Albert from Senator Reed's office called me and said, hey, we don't see, but I
That's right.
evidently misunderstood when we met with Senator Reed.
I thought we couldn't apply for the police station.
Yeah, we've talked about it having to go through the fire department or
Right.
something, it had to be used for fire station or
Right,
fire
so,
apparatus.
Maybe
Yeah.
so we put in money for a communications
Oh.
tower at
got that.
the new police station.
We already received money for
Yeah.
120 to the communication
Right.
console.
Right.
Nickel and diming our way to a police station.
I love it.
Yes,
One
So-
of progress, let's say.
that's it. So, oh, you're clicking.
You can move on to the next thing. It's for the
Okay.
next thing.
So, we have under new business reconsideration of December 14th minutes.
Cannot happen tonight because Mr. Paolino was not there for the December 14th
Oh.
meeting, so you don't have a quorum for people who were present.
This is gonna go on forever.
There were only three council members present for that meeting. It was Ms. Hawes, Mr. Franco, and Mr. Stone.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they are the only ones that
Yeah.
can approve the minute.
Okay. Thank you. We will move that on. So
Was
now,
hoping she didn't catch it.
number 2 under new business, you're blurry on that. Number 2 under new business,
All right. We beat that budget to death, so let's
Yes.
really just go over some big things.
thank
Yes,
you.
have it back. No, you can have it. Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, so from the public hearing, after the public hearing, we had another meeting. So at the public hearing, I want to say we were what, 90,000 or 67,000 over budget. We went back to Public Works and we cut some things from there. I believe it was overtime for overtime in general. And sand and salt materials, the raw materials used for snow removal. And then there was some small changes here and there. Increases $1,500, decreases in other places. And then the other 30, so we got probably halfway there through DPW, and the other half, as we all discussed ad nauseum this earlier today, came from overtime from the police budget. So in the entire budget, I recalculated everybody's salaries, all the health and dental and the payroll taxes and the pensions and all of that as it goes through. If there are minor adjustments, I made them just to make sure everything's good. And then I adjusted the police budget for, as I said earlier, the public safety. So that brought us down to, and I also adjusted the 2 balances within capital because I adjusted the 2% to the actual 2%. And I left the total the same. So it was 565, I believe. So I increased or decreased the 2% to be 2%, and the rest was in the other. So in total, so I kept that total the same. We are funding, if you look at the operations, I did calculate that today, about 3.4%
Page.
of capital. Capital is on page,
I just saw it. It's on page 14.
it is on page 15. No, yes, 15.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that 329 might have been 350 or 340 when we first did it because the budget was so much higher. As we've been cutting, that 2% also decreases, but I kept the same because our ultimate goal is to be funding 4%. Right, and we have to start building up. Because it's my hope that in the charter revisions that we do make, that we try again to get that back to 4%.
Okay.
Okay, I did actually calculate, let me actually pull up the Excel file. In the Excel file I have of the budget, I did calculate what that 4% would be if we were doing it, which we cannot obviously do that. The 4% for capital, if we were to increase that, would be. Hold on one second. 600 and I can't read, 648 change, so 649,000. We are about $84,000 short of that three, so we're at 3.48% of total funding, okay? We're getting there.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
And truthfully, 650,000 is actually a lot closer to what we use, at least that, we use closer to like 800 and change each year, and as you know, our other public safety is saying we don't fund them enough for capital. So, I mean, we have to do, we're gonna have to be at like 750 just to keep that. Assuming we still stay at the 10% for the rainy day fund and all that overage goes into capital, I think we would be okay, would be a lot closer to being stable, you know, if we could get it up to the 650.
I will also, then saying, South Foster did also apply to Senator Reed's,
that's right,
appropriations funds for a Unit 1 truck. So they're hoping to get that now.
That would be awesome. We talked about that when when I covered for you at the meeting with Cheryl, we talked about that. And they looked at me like they didn't have anybody that could even write the applications.
Jonathan Barrett evidently.
Good, because I was
Went
like,
to town and
asked for everything.
did it.
Yeah, you
So,
never know.
Yeah.
Every bit helps.
Gordy put an email out and within a half hour, Jonathan Barrett had it done and letters were written, so
Excellent.
hopefully
That's good news.
we'll see.
Get something.
We'll see. Okay, so go ahead, Kelly, I'm sorry.
So the only thing that we really didn't touch on too significantly was the capital. I believe the capital that we didn't touch on the most, we agreed on the highway, that's on page, I'm sorry,
14.
Yeah. We agreed on the highway for the 400,000 because we get a match for that for the DOT. The 105, we agreed on the Bobcat and the Hydro Dig. And I believe we agreed on the police capital as far as the lease that we have and their motor vehicle, replacement program. The school is the housing aid. So I think that's what's really left in here is the town hall renovations and the police station, the $600,000 improvements. I don't think we can really touch that because we kind of do need that money. Yeah. So that leaves the 150. If you look at this capital budget, this is the highest one I've ever had since we've been here. $1.7 million in 1 year. The renovations for the town hall, we're looking into now doing something above the vaults. And then we have to do the egress. Even if,
Catwalk.
yep.
2 doors and a catwalk.
Whichever.
Yeah.
Right?
It makes the most sense.
Right? So that's not 150,000. So I would feel more comfortable if we could adjust that down to leave us a little bit more breathing room going forward and capital. But if you feel like you want to keep it because Gordon had said that he got the grant for the windows, even if you wanted to keep $20,000 for things that might, because we do have to get some of that paperwork back over. We have to get it out. Not area is fun. Keep that going.
Wise.
It's not over there.
Would it be wise to keep 30 if it's possible?
Okay, and then how much do you want to keep for the actual improvements at the town hall that are specific to the upstairs and the paperwork?
We
and the
haven't
vault?
gotten back the quotes yet. George didn't give me,
But we can't wait.
we met last week for the quote,
Okay,
but we're looking at probably around 30 to 35,000
okay.
for the catwalk, the 2 doors and the staircase down.
And we do have some money still left
Still,
in the
yeah.
projects that we have and the programs that we have. So I mean, we could that's a $1.7 million is a lot.
It is.
Mhm.
It is.
Times are changing, everything's up.
That's a lot. Not everything. Our revenue isn't up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I felt like I beat it enough in the last
Cake
meeting
bake-
that I
cake
didn't want
sale?
to.
So we
Car wash?
take that.
I
route,
would
the
say,
first one,
Are you comfortable with changing that to
Yeah.
more like 100? or 80 or
Yeah,
something like that.
I would go down. I
Yeah.
would be
I
comfortable.
mean, a
going
one
down.
hundred and fifty just because, and now once it's in there, you don't
Right.
know, I hate to say this and bring up politics, but we're in an election year and all this.
Listen, no.
Like, if that's budgeted in there,
We're going 75
or 80.
Yeah, let's go
Okay.
80. Let's drop it from 150 to 80. I'm with
Okay.
Denise. Cheryl,
so I can.
Say 75.
if you feel comfortable.
Okay, so if we go to 80, I will reduce the capital transfer that we're using from the hold on, it's gonna come out of the use of fund balance committed for capital. I will reduce that $915,000 by 80.
Okay.
We again have a balanced budget. Why is that not balanced? Or I don't know what that is. So I will look into that.
Things.
So I think that's it. That's all I had to
You
say
feel
about
comfortable with that?
with the 80, for sure.
Okay.
I was a little uncomfortable with an undesignated, unspecific 150,000 where you
Sitting.
don't have a specific use for it, because then people are
I
just
agree.
gonna just
Yep,
use
it's
it
gonna
to
use
use
it.
it.
It's there.
And we have way too many projects that we
Yep.
need going forward
Yep, I agree.
that you have a plan for, you know.
Now.
Okay.
One of the things, because we talked about the field tonight, the little machine thing that Gordon was looking at to do
Yeah.
the field, is that in this budget?
Mhm.
Okay. And the other
We left
thing
the
is-
rental of that 9,000. It was like a $9,000.
Yeah, $9,000 rental. The other thing is that the school, Payne School, the last time we talked, they hadn't balanced their budget.
They're struggling to balance their
So,
budget
but
still,
what we
but
have here is gonna be okay.
it's 4%.
Okay,
Let's let it be okay.
all right, all right. Well, that was one of my questions.
So,
Okay.
but I do know that I spoke with Mike Petracca the other day, probably every day this week, but specifically about his budget a few days ago, and I do know that they had another snag. There was one student that they weren't sure if they were gonna keep in, and now it looks like they might be sending out another tuition student. So if that's the case,
That's a killer.
they do also look like they're gonna have a retirement though of an old, like
Tenure.
not a retirement, so to speak, but she's not gonna stay. And she is a top step teacher that they could replace with a lower, so they're trying to do everything within their power. They haven't asked or indicated they wanted more money. I am not inclined to offer. I don't know if you are.
No.
So,
No.
so,
No, we're struggling with what.
yeah,
we're
we
doing.
can't. I don't know where
Can't.
we get it from.
I know. let's not
So,
even
but
revisit
yes, they don't have a balanced budget. He did indicate though, before I gave him the date for the financial town meeting and asked that I have it the week before. So I know that they have a plan in place to at least try to.
Wish against all wishes, do you think it'll be below 4%?
No,
Okay.
Are we at 4% now?
you're at 4%.
Where?
It's in the
Last year.
revenue.
I see 4.
Now our revenues are gonna change because the structure of our tax collections is going to change. Once that tangible tax goes into effect, we won't be levying that much, but it's still gonna be considered a 4% increase on your, and I'll be advertising a 4%. It might come down to 3.99 because I can't get it exact. When you actually, because you have to hand in your disclosure and you can't list it any more or less than that disclosure.
Yeah.
Can't be $1 over in that spreadsheet. So if I have to go a few dollars less, it might be 3.99, but that's what you'll be advertising regardless.
Okay.
Okay, and as you can see too, if people ask like, the total increase in expenditures beyond capital, because capital is a moving target, it's not really comparable year to year, is 4.2% increase.
Yeah, I
And
see that.
so you know that 4.20% increase includes debt, which is being funded by something else.
Yeah.
And all of that. So it really is under 4%. Your expenditures did go up less than 4%. I will actually have that calculated, I do that narrative
Yeah.
before we go to financial town meeting. But it is a very responsible budget for what we were dealing with, particularly in the
market that we're in and the cost of living and the prices that have gone up.
That's the thing. I mean, to stay at 4% or under is almost impossible when everything else is going up 10 and 20 and 30%.
But it's funny that even with some extra revenue sources and, you know, with like the debt that we're showing, there was an increase in the debt. If you look at it in Department 60, whatever that increase is, it's not a true increase to you because it's being funded by a different source of revenue. So it's not a taxable increase. So I mean, it really is a low type budget increase in comparison to what
Was
we
this
could-
one of the toughest
It
budgets?
was, it was bad. Like I could
This is the
usually.
worst I've seen. in
I
3
told
years.
you because I could usually find a place to cut and I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
It was a lean budget to start with and,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, 'cause a lot of
Yeah.
contractual.
I mean,
Okay,
there's
so
just some
now
things-
we're moving on to the
Hold
adoption.
on. Yeah, right.
Can we-
The
Exactly. So
adoption of this budget.
do the 1849446. So when that's what you want to adopt, the total.
Cheryl?
Yeah.
Please.
It's page 17. It's the total budget with capital because we do send forward the capital budget to
What is it?
Page 17.
the 1846. You want to do the higher amount, not the lower without the capital, the 16. Right here. So,
I see 185.
is that, I see, oh, I'm sorry, write the adjusted number down because it's $80,000 less.
Oh, that's right.
It's been a long night. It's already.
Yeah, that's
started.
right. We just sat through that
So it's
adjustment.
18446,071. That's the adjusted budget.
184.
So it should be your number less $80,000.
Okay,
Okay.
Yes.
so I'll accept a motion to adopt this budget as presented.
So moved.
So second.
No, we need to say the,
As adjusted, right?
right, so Kelly.
I
Take
make
that
a
back.
motion to accept this budget in the amount of
18 million.
18,000,000.
446.
That word.
I know.
$18,446,071.
Second.
Discussion. Kelly, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
And all the
You're welcome.
department heads, thank you for going back and back again. I know, but we're having discussion.
I thought you were done. You were done.
I'm discussing.
Mess with her.
So
She's not feeling.
I'm thanking all the department heads for going back and looking and looking and looking. And thank you, Kelly, for spending hours on doing.
I
Yes,
agree. I
on this
second
stuff.
that. So, yeoman's job.
That being said,
Was that
all
on
in
your-
favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
Cheryl's got my favorite word now.
Yeah.
It's a yeoman's job. I don't think you
Okay.
did.
So moving on, we are now on number 6, poll petition, Mill Road. You have the recommendation from DPW director that states that he's recommending it. So what's the pleasure of the council?
So you want to install this thing?
Yeah, he wants to, no, he
No,
doesn't,
no.
but
Okay.
they want to install 2 poles.
Okay.
It's not him, Narragansett Electric, I guess they need 2 poles,
Mhm.
pole 29 and pole 30 on Mill Road.
I make a motion, we grant permission to add poles 29 and 30 to Mill Road as requested.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, thank you. Moving on to litter resolution. The governor has requested or has adopted, has made a stand on litter, and this is a resolution that they have brought forward. Who would like to read this? Do you want a copy?
Yeah.
Feel like reading it?
Thank you.
Litter resolutions.
I know, it's crazy. huh?
I know.
We know what we go through. Yeah, whatever it is.
Town of Foster, Rhode Island, resolution of the Foster Town Council, number 2024-01, in support of the Keep Rhody Litter Free campaign. Excuse me. Whereas Rhode Island is known for its natural beauty, including its pristine beaches, vibrant cities, and rural towns. See, we still rural. Specifically, the town of Foster enjoys its farms, scenic roads, and hiking trails. And whereas Rhode Islanders in all 39 cities and towns
should be able to live in clean, litter-free, and healthy communities. And whereas as municipal officials, we are the stewards of such. And whereas we must make a commitment to investing in environmental protection and educating residents on its importance in connection to improving our state's overall health. And whereas we will work with our state partners to advance these goals, such as hosting community cleanups, passing local litter-related ordinances, or working on shifting community culture around littering. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Foster formally pledges to keep Rhodey litter-free by supporting Governor Daniel J. McKee's Litter-Free Rhode Island campaign, and encourages each of the residents of the town of Worcester to join us in taking this pledge by visiting litterfree.ri.gov, and commits to fulfill our pledge through coordinating various events such as community cleanups. Be it further resolved that upon passage of this resolution, it be sent to His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of the State of Rhode Island, Daniel J. McKee, passed, adopted, and approved this 28th day of February 2024. Signed by Denise DeFranco.
It shouldn't be that date. It should be
I want to say.
April 11th.
Passed, adopted, and approved this 11th day of April 2024. Can I write on this? So
Yeah.
she get that?
Second.
That's fine.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
opposed, thank you.
Now we gotta start carrying little bags in our car and stopping wherever we
Wouldn't that be
see
nice
it.
if we called you Your Highness? I should be.
I thought it was your excellency.
It's your
Did
excellency.
say
I will say,
excellency.
I did pass along, when that resolution came, there was also a grant available or application for grants available, and Mr. Rathbun and the Conservation Committee did submit a grant, an application for a grant, and they got $750
Yay.
Nice.
for,
Will they use it on,
Pay for bags.
for that on there.
what is it?
Bin.
Or,
No,
I'm impressed that people are
Yeah.
taking things
That's
and
great.
taking the initiative.
That is
So I appreciate that.
Like $200 on an offer. I said, you want a bag? You can- Remember they used to wrap it really nice one years ago? Now it's like throw all your stuff in a bag. No more bags. Did you know? There's
I don't
no
know
bag
what you're
anymore.
talking about.
Oh, I'm talking about.
Stores, yes.
There's no bags.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I
okay.
have one thing. with the
Yep.
Budget, so what you adopted was correct, but you changed it from 150. Sorry.
I have
So
mine on.
what you adopted was correct. But when I said 80,000, we adjusted it to 80, which was a reduction of 70. So
Okay.
that's the change. in
Bill,
the-
I took
I-
off 80. You took off 80, right?
No, she took.
I
off.
took off 70 to 80, but I had said
did, yeah.
80, that we reduced it to 80. So I'm just
It's-
correcting the file, the sound file, not
Okay.
necessarily what you adopted was correct.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on to charter amendments, the planning board had submitted some suggestions for charter amendments. It has not been 5 years, so we do not need to have a charter review committee. But these are some of the charter changes that the planning board has submitted. Mrs. Dillon has also provided us with charter changes that were proposed in the past. And that's where we are. So some of the charter changes, Grant, do you want to discuss some of the ones that the planning board has proposed?
Sure, I'll start with I guess I'll just go in order. Which version of section 6.11 was printed in Sugar Sync? Are there a lot of amendments or a few?
It just said,
No. Yeah, that's the one that I have in front of me.
okay,
So, the first one is, I actually brought all these forward. They weren't discussed with the planning board. Initially, I had just made these to meet the legislative updates. So our charter would be in conformance with state law because state law would supersede our charter anyway. However, with the planning official section, there's a House resolution that the House committee the House Judicial Committee recommended passage of 2 days ago, and it was on the House calendar today. Basically, the state's saying there's a shortage of planners and they want universities to try to produce more of them. So we've had, I don't know exactly how many planners in 10 years. I've heard 8 in 10 years, 10 in 10 years, 9 in 10 years.
No, there's not been a lot of planners. No, we had Anne Marie Ignacio. Oh,
They all left.
Right.
No one was replaced.
no, they all left.
Since I've been here in 15 years, it was Anne Marie became,
Jen,
no. Juliana.
Juliana, then
Juliana
Jen.
was Jen.
No,
Juliana
Juliana
became, Cheryl Maynard.
Cheryl,
Cheryl
then-
Maynard became Jen.
Jen,
Jen became Mike.
Mike
Mike
became. Six.
Okay, so I had also heard something about someone from Providence was here for 3 months, and then I don't know, but at any rate.
That's.
That's a
that was
zoning.
zoning.
official.
Oh, okay. So at any
Yeah,
rate,
getting
there
there.
there were a number of planners,
Yes.
and the planner is probably the most controversial elected official, at least the decisions that
You're not
they
elected, you're appointed.
appointed, sorry. The decisions that the planner can make get a lot of residents up in arms. They could get a council up in arms. So the proposal here is to have a contract for the planner, which may be myself or it may not be whenever this would be put forward.
This is
Based-
state law or this is?
This is,
you
th-
bringing
this,
it
that
forward?
I think it would be a good idea to have a contract for 3 years for a planner, so you could attract good planners, not have a high turnover rate. And
Okay.
basically,
This is your recommendation or the planning board's recommendations, not the state. This
no,
is
it's
part
not,
of your
no, that's not
revising.
part of
Okay,
it, no.
thank you.
So the very last paragraph says currently any decision of the planning official is appealable to the zoning board. That is something the state's changed. Any decision of the planner and enforcement of the subdivision provisions, which basically never happens, is appealable to the zoning board. Any decision of the planning official approving or denying projects, which could happen all the time, is appealable to the Superior Court. So I think it would be a good idea to have a contract for the planner. So basically I copied the Department of Public Works section of the charter because the DPW director has a contract.
So does the finance director
Right.
and so does the police chief. There are 3 different contracts but they all pretty much are the same. Go ahead.
So then the planning board section, 9.01, that is coming from state law. Basically, what we have right now says that there's a planning board which acts in an advisory capacity to the council in all matters concerning the physical growth and development of the town and affecting the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the people. So, yeah, so I guess that is mostly true, except what, well, no, literally that nothing about the morals that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, the planning board has the authority to enact subdivision regulations. So what we would insert is except where otherwise prescribed by the laws of the state and ordinances of the town for such board, because it's not always advisory. It just usually is. And the planning board shall administer the subdivision ordinance of the town as required by that ordinance. The planning board shall have such powers and duties as are prescribed by the laws of the state and the ordinances of the town for such board. The state's also given the planning board the authority to review zoning applications where there is a subdivision element included. That happened with the Rima Tower just a couple weeks ago. And the zoning board section of the charter, they're no longer the planning board of appeals as it was written in the charter, the planning board of review. They're the board of appeals for the zoning enforcement officer or the planner in enforcement of subdivision regulations. So we would just have to strike the words planning and review and just write the board of appeals.
Okay. So some of these are because it's state supersedes our charter. And this is what the state is saying, so our charter needs to say that. we have to go, our charter changes need to go to vote for the general, at the general election. If this is the state saying this is what needs to be, does that have to be in the, on the ballot? And what if the people vote it down? Then what happens?
So if the people voted down, the state law is going to control. That doesn't necessarily matter. But charter changes go on the ballot.
Even though we're
State
we're
mandate.
state, we're
I
bringing us
can
up in
double check. I believe so, but I can double check.
okay. Thank you, Grant.
I have a question about that.
For
Julia.
timing purposes, I believe it's the first week in August that you have to get the Word
Yeah.
version of the ballot questions to, yeah, that's the very end. It's, yeah,
Right, no,
but it's by August. You need to get the ballot questions in Word form, that weird Word format in the boxes to Board of Elections.
yes, I saw that. Go ahead. you
So I
had
have
a
a quick question, Julia. Is it an absolute requirement that it be on the ballot? Because it's kind of funny, it's almost a contradiction.
That's what I.
Why does it have to be on the ballot if the state's gonna override it anyway? Why waste the time and have the ambiguity?
money.
Or the people challenging it and having to go to the state and say, and the state overrule it? If we don't put it on the ballot and we adopt it, there's not really much to lose.
That's not a quick question. But that's something I'd have to vet. That's the first time that I'm being asked that question, or the first time it's being brought to my attention. So that's
But I
something
think
I can
Denise is right. I mean,
vet to
it's
give
almost
you
doesn't make sense.
the
I mean-
checklist of what's necessary.
But now that you stated it that way, that the voters can challenge the state, I like that. Let's challenge them with.
Well, I
all
know you're
this.
opposed to the state overriding us, but
Right,
I think.
I
just
mean,
think it
I
opens
would-
the door to.
I would
argument.
be open to it being on the ballot and you can vote
Okay.
no and then.
Then I
now
withdraw
that
my
you said
question.
challenge.
And,
Go ahead.
and in this case, the zoning board and the planning board's case, the state isn't really overriding local authority anywhere. They're just redirecting authority from one to another in certain cases. So it's what's being amended in the charter, I don't necessarily think is objectionable. There are other things in the ordinances that are arguably, but this is just pretty much review and appeal processes, which
Okay.
isn't that
But so,
bad.
And I think the stuff specific to the planning board and zoning board, it just makes it clearer
Mhm.
because
I agree.
it just makes it clear because
So
the
can you
proper
check that
procedure is, the proper procedure for those is in state law. So if someone looks at the charter and says, oh, I'm going to do it this way, you can't if state law says you have to do it that way. And so I think changing that makes it clear.
I agree. That's why I didn't think. it had to be
Alleviates
on the ballot,
confusion
'cause there is
for
a
residents.
choice.
and Mrs. Dillon, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't the one committee go through the charter and they changed like the he and she and made it, but we didn't,
Things that we took out of there.
and we didn't vote on, they didn't go, they just did that kind of.
No, I think Mark said that you didn't have to.
Scrivener's things don't
That's
have
good.
to.
All right.
Scrivener's
And
edits
some
do
of
not
this
have
is
to go
not
through.
considered Scrivener.
No.
Okay.
The substantive things are not.
So,
The
but
plan,
like-
removing planning and review and replacing it with appeals, that may be considered Scrivener.
That's
But
fine.
anything that's substantive that adds entire sentences or, switches up the
Mhm.
allocation of authority,
Okay.
that I think it goes beyond Scrivener.
Okay.
Roger that.
And then in our, along with that, you have the other ones that have been proposed in the past. The land use conveyance, the land trust, et cetera. What, because there's only three of us, I would ask us to consider continuing this to another meeting so that we can have a full council discussion and weigh in on what ones, if there's anything and how we're gonna move forward with these. Right.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of the council?
How about the contract?
That would be
Be
part of
this,
this, that
yeah.
would be part of the charter. Just like when we did it for the police chief and did it for the finance
Okay.
director and DPW, that all had to go on the charter.
Oh, okay. I don't
And
remember that.
yeah, that, It all, I remember having a discussion with the then council president.
John.
Yes,
Mm,
yes,
okay.
because we were putting it on the charter and, yeah, I won't go there.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
yeah, so I would ask that we continue this until the next.
okay.
So
It's,
there's a couple of things I wanted to try to look at too.
Okay, so I mean, I don't think we're gonna decide this in one night. I think we need to look at some of the ones that jump out at me or that had in the past is the 4%. And how we present that to the public. Because I think they have a misunderstanding of what that 4% means. So,
And
I
then
would
the
like to.
trust too, would be
Hmm?
a charter change.
Yeah.
Building a trust would be a
The,
charter
right,
change.
but I'm just saying that was one that stuck out in my mind
Okay.
that we need to look at. So, do I need a motion on that or can we just, good, thank you.
We'll just have to give it some more thought.
Moving on to the recycling and tipping, is that? Why don't, well, did I skip the construction? I have so many notes.
The construction we took off.
Okay, I didn't know that. I wasn't
No.
told.
No, you were, remember I said that, that one, that came off with the other construction fee that one had wanted to put on the.
Right, this, but I thought this was something
It
that
wasn't,
we,
but they will keep-
okay.
So that's for next week, next meeting.
Excuse me, thank you. All right, I thought I was missing something. All right. Okay, so then we're going on to the recycling and tipping fees. And I'm sorry that Mrs. Rogers is not here. We've all been discussing how to move forward with this and that people are putting out far more than should be picked up. Also the fact that the trash is being picked up even when it shouldn't be, but we've discussed that too. That's to their advantage. One of the things that Mr. Rogers requested or presented to me, and I guess it's in there or it's been added on, is on the permitting fee. It does state that a dumpster is required for all renovation and construction projects. Construction refuse will not be picked up with town trash. Non-compliance will be subject to violation. So that I'm hoping, I don't know whether it's an addition, Mrs. Dillon, or has it always been there?
It was something, but not as strong as that.
Okay.
So we put it in big, we highlighted it, so they'll see.
Okay, I'm wondering if, and one of the things that Mr. Rogers had suggested is like a checkoff box so that they know that they've seen it or that they've read it, just so it is acknowledgement there.
She can do that, I know she can, I'll ask her.
You know, so that they, when you get that permit, you've read it, you checked it off and you initial that you
Acknowledgement.
acknowledging that you know now that you need a dumpster. So I don't know if that's something, but, so I had reached out to, East Providence and spoke to a very nice lady there. And they have, they don't have an ordinance, but they have, I don't know, regulations. They have a list of what they use. So, and I have put that in there, in 95-gallon carts. They must fit in, provided with one. They use the garbage trucks that lift
Arms, yeah.
the arms, so that's different than us. But the bulky pickup, it's once a week. You call DPW, you can put one thing out a week per household. And we'll take up to 100 pieces per week and pick up on Friday. So if you have something that you want that's large and you want it picked up by the trash, it's not your regular trash, a chair. So you want that chair out there. You call DPW, they only pick up 100 for the week. So if you're 105 calling, it's first come, first serve. So if you call and your call 105, yours isn't getting picked up. you have to wait until the following week.
So there's a cutoff. of
So there's a
100
cutoff,
requests,
and it's done on Fridays. So
100
you,
different requests.
so that's one of the things that they do in East Providence. They do charge for mattresses and box springs. And they pick it up twice a month. So if you have but I think most now, when you get a new mattress or box spring, the company they take it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, sometimes.
Right.
It's $25.
Sometimes it's,
I've done it.
it's part of their gimmick to sell it, but they take it. But that's what East Providence does, is that they charge to pick up mattress and box springs, and it's only done twice a month, and they pick it up. Appliances can get picked up, and it's $25 a month to drop off. They use it for free scrap metal. So that's what
So
they
the
do.
resident would pay $25.
Right.
They're entitled to one per month.
Yep. Yep, and then they do not take any construction or home improvements, and they do not take any fencing or anything like that. That's where the dumpsters would be in place. So, and then there's also this ordinance was by Mrs. Charlie, or was it?
Carol worked on, so that was one she worked on, and I didn't get the other one. I'm sorry. No, Carol worked on that one, and she also worked on another one that said what the cost would be for each item.
Okay.
We didn't get that, right?
No, you didn't get that.
Okay. So maybe this is something that we need to continue.
So at least we're on a strong path.
Right, I think the biggest thing that we have to do is let the Rambone know, don't pick it up.
I know, they're still picking it up.
Right.
They're not supposed to pick any of
And
that.
don't pick it up.
And they still are. I saw the last week, I saw a mattress out with a bunch of other stuff. So I thought, I'm gonna wait and see what happens, and it was gone, so
Yep.
they had to have picked
I
it up.
mean,
That's not.
and I know we put things out on the driveway.
For
People
people to pick
them
yeah.
up, and then Tuesday night, I make sure my husband puts it on the other side of the wall so that it
Right.
doesn't get picked up.
Right, it,
Yeah.
Yeah,
we put out furniture too and it gets picked up
Right,
by
yeah.
people, but
Put it out a couple of days before. the
this
doctor
mattress and the other stuff that was there was
Right.
just junk and it all
So
went.
I think we really need to come up with some strong language, and we need to enforce what we already have in place.
I don't understand how we would hold them accountable. I just don't know.
How
Yeah,
we hold who accountable.
people that are.
Make them not, because if they take it, how do we know they took it? How do we know how much it weighed, and how do we know how much they charged us? How do they deduct it from?
Wasn't there at one point a DPW director that drove around every once in a while?
And maybe.
I thought Mr. Clocken did. I thought he drove around, not every week, but it would drive around and then would cite people and say, hey, wait a minute. So that might be something. I really, we need to address that.
Yeah.
It's
We're leaking money.
right.
Mhm.
It's huge.
We could save money there.
Right. So, the next one, grant. This was something you and I had spoke about and I misspoke. This grant had asked he made some clarification to the ordinance regarding, the mobile homes, et cetera. So grant, what we did before with the business licenses and everything was just a revote. It wasn't a change. This is a change. So we can look at it tonight and determine whether we want to have another public hearing regarding it.
Okay.
Because it is substantial changes. So when Grant rewrote it, because if you recall, the manufactured homes, mobile homes, it was quite confusing. It was a lot of discussion. So Grant, being Grant, went back and looked at it and tweaked it and improved it. So he has presented that here. Grant, do you want to tell us what?
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
This is part of what you went over earlier, Grant? This isn't.
No, this is,
Section two?
these are, were.
Okay.
I'll save it. I'll save it, but,
Good job.
they shouldn't be lying about the work of boards is all I'll say,
Right.
but the, section 16-81, I had written in there that manufactured homes would only be allowed, as a temporary or a replacement. We've allowed manufactured homes at a number of locations. And they have to have a foundation by the state building code. So I think the precedent that we've set is a good one. And we just need to clarify that. The permitting under this section, the permitting process for a manufactured home comes from the state building code, 1 and 2 family code. The replacement and temporary only, should be removed because that's no longer the case. And we should also add that the permitting process for a temporary house trailer is found under the SBC 1, the general state building code last time. So section 16-82. I think this was just clarification of language for the most part. What we're trying to make clear is that an application for an installation permit is made to the building official. It follows SBC 2. Permit for a temporary manufactured home in the case of a disaster, which should be written as a permit for a temporary house trailer based on our new definitions. That permitting process is found under SBC 1. Again, I think section 16-83 is just clarifying some language. A manufactured home or house trailer, if it's permanent or temporary, you still need to meet the setbacks of the zoning district. Service equipment, all in both cases needs to meet respective state building code. With temporaries, I believe the only way you kind of get around the building code is you don't need a foundation because it's only there for 1 year. And I've discussed that with George and he says the same thing. Walter does that as well. And in section 16, the word trailers, and replace it with mobile homes because it's a replacement manufactured home or a mobile home. A mobile home is a manufactured home that existed before 1976. In Foster's case, before 1971. But a manufactured home is after that date. So you would have to have a replacement meet the new code. So all we have to do is clarify those things that I have a hard time explaining, but which should be- I think once we bring it back up, we'll actually get it this time.
And I appreciate you spending the extra time to
Right.
clarify that.
Right.
The
Okay.
definitions were tough. You're also definition,
Right.
manufactured, modular, and true.
So is it the pleasure of this council to go back to a public hearing in regards to this?
I think so. I think it makes sense.
So could we get a motion?
I make a motion, we send these ordinances back to public hearing to review the potential changes.
Second.
Discussion. It's off, I think.
I'm sure this.
I'm sure part of this is the hour, because I'm still struggling with the definitions too.
Yeah.
By that definition, I mean, I've looked up the definitions of module, manufactured, and mobile homes, and it seems like manufactured and modular are made at a factory and then they are brought to the site.
Very similar.
Right. But they don't travel there by themselves. Okay,
Right.
So-
Trailer.
I think one thing is Grant, you referred to the SB something, see, could that be written out? Because, you know, you say, oh, it's defined, blah, 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 but I don't know what's there.
Oh, so once the Rhode Island State Building Code, so RISBC, write it out.
Because
Okay.
was that, did that contain the chassis? Was that part of the, if it's on a chassis, I mean, I've read so many definitions and one was if it's on a chassis and you can, even though you set it down and you put a little fence around it, so it looks like there's a foundation there. Push comes to shove, you can remove that little fence and take it with you.
But that's what's prohibited, right?
Right, so
Right.
I can clarify this, I think, pretty quickly.
Go ahead,
But,
please.
okay, so, yes, they always are trailered to the location, but you need to have a foundation for a manufactured home, which modular is encompassed by the definition of manufactured. And in Rhode Island, you need to have a foundation for one of those structures to be permanent. If you have a temporary, it could be still on wheels and it would have to be removed after 1 year. That's the only way that you could have one of those structures without a foundation. And a mobile home is just the term, to my understanding, everything that I've read, it's just the term for pre-HUD, pre-1976 structures. If it's built after 1976, it's considered a manufactured home. The only way that you could have a permanent manufactured home without a foundation is if it's grandfathered in, and we couldn't do anything about that.
Go ahead.
It's one under, yeah. Other clarification is that, should that grandfathered mobile home / trailer disintegrate into the ground and you've got to replace it. Do you have to I believe it said that it has to conform to all of the town regulations. So you,
Right, and the state.
and the state, so you could not put anything with wheels and a chassis back there, even though it was there before?
Right, you
Okay,
have to have
so
a
you couldn't
foundation.
replace a mobile home with a mobile home?
You'd have to put a foundation.
Okay, okay, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you, because I still struggle with why do we have mobile home and trailer? Because the implication is they're both the same. They're both on wheels and stuff, at least in my definition, which I must be wrong.
No,
I don't know
and-
why this.
No, a mobile home.
So-
Wouldn't that be driven?
So a mobile home is a manufactured home pre-1976.
That's the problem.
So what I put forward in the definitions that we read through earlier is a house trailer implies temporary. A mobile home implies manufactured home. It could be with a foundation, it could be without a foundation, depending on what they did back predating 1976. But if it's already there, it's grandfathered in, that's a mobile home. A manufactured home is anything that has to have a foundation by the new state building code. And yeah.
Okay, so we've had a motion, it's been seconded, we've had discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Grant. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Yes.
We'll close for executive session. Who's reading it? I don't have it. Mrs.
If anybody has it, I'll read it.